these people?
I've got 274 Palestinian journalists that Israel has murdered since October 7th. It didn't start October 7th, but they certainly have been murdering people at a record pace since October 7th, and here they are. This goes on for 5 minutes.
Yep.
5 minutes. 274.
200 and...
According to this list, 274. I don't want to play the music. I don't want to get censored or,
copyrighted.
Yeah. Although, I just saw where this came from, so we may end up getting copyrighted anyway.
For it anyway. Yeah.
What for? I mean, it's senseless. Because they were telling the truth.
Yep.
Silenced for telling the truth. What is this, Golden Monarch? According to BetBeat, Google deceptively changed Greta's profile pic of her to look aggro. Oh my goodness. Doesn't surprise me. Again, all these murdered journalists, photojournalists, writers, commentators, videographers. There needs to be a reckoning of some kind. Some kind of justice that these people's memories deserve. Because if it were 274 Americans, let alone American journalists, what do you think? What do you think the United States government would do to the government that did that to them?
We saw how that happened, pretty much.
To the government that did that to them. Yes, Vicky, journalists, not even counting the doctors and nurses and paramedics and children and teachers and women. And some of them were teachers and women here. But they were all journalists. And many of them were wearing press vests and identifying themselves as press. And this is only since October 7th, 2023. It would take 30 hours to scroll through 100,000 dead. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, when they read the children alone under the age of 1, it was like 1,000 names, and that took over an hour. All right, we're almost at the end here, but I thought we owed it to their memories to play the full video and show all their names. What a waste. What a shame. Seriously. Like, and fuck Israel for that. Well, let's not forget Indie Media Award honoree Matt Kennard, who's been reporting on the spy flights that have been going on from Cyprus, from the UK bases, and how they've been providing air cover and support to Israel, which is a war crime. And Matt says, don't stop protesting the Zionist Holocaust in Gaza. Your taxes are paying for it. This UK spy plane is still flying daily over Gaza and passing intelligence to the Israeli military in real time, which Keir Starmer said that they're not doing anymore. We need to escalate until this participation ends, and UK ministers are at The Hague. And look at them literally just circling. And this isn't even Gaza. I guess this is the southern part of Gaza, like Khan Yunis. They don't need to survey the north.
Your sensors should be picking up everything.
Speaking of sensors, we're dropping frames again. Yay! Because heaven forbid we show the map showing that they're systematically trying to spy on and target people for extermination. Okay, here's another one from Kathy. This is Gaza. This is apocalyptic. This is hell on earth. And here's another one that I brought. This is Gaza City, when they detonated a series of bombs across rooftops that they planted and set them all off simultaneously. This almost seems like it should be at the end of boats. Look at all of those structures on fire simultaneously. Horrible. So, fuck Israel for all of that, because they're continuing to do all of that. We are not being monetized on our YouTube channel, so if you're able to and a means, please support the media you want to see. Those are the people that have supported INN already. That's our wall of fame. The ways to do that are Cash App, $ Indie News Network. We got Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/Indie News Network. We got paypal.me/Indie News Network. And IndieNewsNow.com is our self-hosted website. And then we've got INNNewsletter.com. We're going to be later. We'll be live later for boats, smashing into other boats over at INN Newsletter. And we're going to be uncensored. So no YouTube tonight. We'll be on Rumble on the Ocho. We'll be on BitChute. We'll be on, I think, Kick, maybe. But we'll be on Odyssey. So we'll be on all those places, and INN Newsletter and Indie News Now. So we'll be all those places. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. And we'll see you soon. Love you all. Bye, everyone.
Hasta la vista, baby.
No! We just fucking lost the stream.
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe? You
Who are these people?
So the next segment that I had is just some of the other things that are going on around the flotilla. Because there was a lot of news around this bigger fleet that had gone towards Gaza. What was going to happen this time? They can't stop us all. Well, they figured out a way to. Israel, one by one, started picking off the boats. Yeah, Descent in Bloom says she stayed up till 2 a.m. watching that shit. Yeah, it was hard to watch. It was kind of, they've done this before and they know exactly how to kind of handle it. So I wanna show a couple of things that happened throughout this. Right now, there are some people, I believe, still in custody in an Israeli prison that are unaccounted for. Some of them have already been released and deported. And we've got the statements from Sarah Wilkinson, British activist and grandmother, who has also been charged under Section 12 in the past. So it'll be interesting to see what happens to her when she gets home. I hope she'll be safe and fine, and they don't throw the book at her for this. But these people, God bless her, she's dedicated to the cause. So I want to bring this short video first from Guy Christensen, who, before we do that, I want to change that. We've talked about Guy last couple of weeks and how he's being systematically targeted by the Zionist lobby in the United States. They're trying to silence him because he is having an impact and they want to shut him up and they can't. So this is what Guy had to say here. Let's unmute and
This confirms what we all knew. Netanyahu personally approved the terrorist attacks against 2 vessels, part of the global Pummeled flotilla, when they were docked in Tunisia at the beginning of last month. Israel launched drones from submarines in the Mediterranean that carried incendiary devices that they used to firebomb. And there's footage of this. Firebomb 2 vessels of this humanitarian mission carrying life-saving aid to the coast of Gaza, which Israel has since abducted 497 citizens of the world from 44 countries and thrown them in detainment to stop them from helping Gaza. This comes from a CBS report. A CBS report, a leak. I never thought I would be talking about CBS on this page because they're so complicit, but their sources are 2 American intelligence officials who spoke under the condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak about the confidential national security matters. So thank you. If you want to join in the next flotilla, you can go to their website where you can support them, volunteer, fund, organize the next one. The organizers are promising 1,000 ships, 20 times the estimated 45 to 50 ships that were part of the Pummeled flotilla. They're going to do it soon, so get organized. Thank you, and free Palestine.
shout out to Guy for that. 1,000 ships, man, that would be something. Just to see so the incendiary devices, let's remember, what did Israel claim that it was, Reef? Refresh my memory.
Do what?
The incendiary devices when Israel attacked the flotilla in Tunisia with the drones. All right, on the open water. Yep. And they denied that it was them. And we know that the spy flights were being also provided by Keir Starmer and maybe even an American plane. But what did they claim it was? I seem to recall there was something about a cigarette. Right? They claimed it was a cigarette.
Right.
Right? But here you actually see a picture. He shares a photo of the incendiary device. I can't find it again here in this video. But he definitely, he shows it. That's what they dropped, burning onto the ship. Okay? Through drones, but it was a lit cigarette. That's the kind of gaslighting they're doing. Now, the fact that CBS report came from 2 unnamed American intelligence officials leads me to question the whole thing, honestly. Because When was the last time an American intelligence official told the truth? Now, this week was also Yom Kippur. And, we've talked about the fact that I'm Jewish and I'm disgusted by what's happening in the name of my religion right now. And there are a couple of Jewish members. Hanukkah. Thank you. No, it wasn't Hanukkah. It was Yom Kippur. That's a couple of months from now. But this gentleman, David Adler, and I do not know him, but he chose to. He's the co-general coordinator for Progressive International, which is the organization that coordinated and launched these flotillas. They also have organized the Gaza tribunals and some other. They do progressive publications. They've been around for a while. So he made a tweet the other night that resonated with me. So I wanted to read it and I believe that he is one of the people still in captivity right now. I don't think that he's been heard from yet, but greetings from the Global Samud Flotilla as we make our final approach to Gaza. Today I'm writing a very personal letter to you all, a letter about what it means to be Jewish on a mission that is set to arrive to the red zone during Yom Kippur, the holiest day of the Jewish calendar. I almost never write as a Jew, nor do I. But I'm going to just read this through. I share the exhaustion of being forced to put Jewish feeling first. When a genocide's been committed in the name of Zionist national interest, and when activists have been detained, tortured, and deported in the name of our quote-unquote safety. But today I felt compelled to write in that register as one of the only Jews on this mission, which brings together over 500 people from more than 40 countries across the world. I believe that the timing of our flotilla is not coincidental. On the contrary, I believe it's a blessing that we're approaching interception at the onset of Yom Kippur, our annual Day of Atonement, which calls on us to reflect on our sins and what can be done to repair them in the spirit of Tikkun Olam. How can we atone for what's been committed in our name? How can we seek forgiveness for sins that multiply by the hour as bombs and bullets rain on Gaza? How can we possibly take seriously our mandate to heal the world when the state of Israel is so determined to destroy it? If there's any part of the Torah that I still remember, it's this obligation it bestows upon us. Justice, justice you shall pursue. How could we stand by while the state of Israel perverts this holy obligation, overseeing a holocaust of the Palestinian people? I joined this flotilla, just like any other delegate, to defend humanity before it's too late. But on Yom Kippur, I'm reminded that I also am here because my Jewish heritage demands it. As a mere adolescent, my grandfather, Jacques Adler, pictured, joined the Parisian resistance against the Nazis, putting his life on the line to sabotage their operations, even as his friends and family were sent to their deaths in concentration camps. That's the tradition to which I'm called, and the definition of justice, quote-unquote, that feels true to my Jewish identity. As the same genocidal rage that targeted my ancestors is now taken up by its principal victims. Yom Kippur is a day of fasting, a way to manifest our atonement in physical form. But for the last 2 years, the starving people of Gaza have had no choice but to forego their daily bread. If Israeli forces intercept us on Yom Kippur, then let them see what their true atonement looks like. Let them see what true atonement looks like. Not fasting in comfort while starving their neighbors. Not praying in safety while dropping bombs over their heads. Atonement means action. So as the sun sets tonight and the fasting begins, I hope that fellow Jews will join me in redefining their approach to atonement, together with silent prayer and toward courageous action to put an end to this horrific genocide. Kumar Chatma Tova. And that's him. obviously, and that's his grandfather, and he looks a fucking lot like his grandfather, right? It's like kind of scary. You can certainly see the resemblance. Damn. And a couple of things really quick. Yeah, just damn. Reminded, yes, Jewish heritage, you need to ask for forgiveness. And certainly I don't think that the Israelis are asking forgiveness of the people that they're dropping the bombs on. So that's what, if they, originally, that they claim to be, this is in the name of their religion. That's what their religion is supposed to do. To ask forgiveness of the people who they've wronged over the previous year. I just thought it was an interesting perspective. I'm glad he went as not that it matters again, because it's just opposing Zionism at this point. You got more Christian Zionists than Jewish Zionists, although they are still claiming to do this in the name of Jews. And it's beyond frustrating because they are constantly making that twist between religion and race and heritage. And it's just wrong. It's just wrong. So, okay, so this is somebody else who posted that this was with David a year ago. Haven't heard from him in over 12 hours. He's a U.S. citizen, so LA, if you're based there, consider contacting your state and federal representatives, although they don't give a shit. We know that. Alex Padilla.
They really don't.
No, they really don't. But not only was that guy David on there and Sarah Wilkinson, but Mint Press News' Greg Stoker was on the Flotilla. He was doing videos and recording and posting from the Flotilla while they were on the water, as well as from Tunisia. He has been taken, and I don't believe that at this point also he has been released yet. I haven't seen that, but this is 3 days ago. According to reports, the veteran boat known as Owaya, carrying Mint Press podcaster Greg Stoker, has been out of contact for several hours. Communication lost. Cameras reportedly stopped functioning as Israeli vessels approached. There are growing suspicions that he and others on board may have been kidnapped. And this is kidnapping. It was in international waters. This did not happen in Israeli waters or in waters that are, indigenous to Gaza. And he did a live hit as the stuff is raining down. And Caitlin Johnstone actually painted a painting of him smoking on the Flotilla. And here's the video. So let me play that. It's only 14 seconds long. Oh, no. Oh, I can't play it. Okay. It's a screen cap. 2:50 a.m. local time. Israeli Navy trying to spray us with skunk water. Still in international waters. Save Gaza. And that's him smoking a butt, kind of hanging off the edge of the boat, trying to show that there's something behind him that's launching that skunk, that disgusting smelling chemical spray. All right. And then she's got pictures of oil on canvas. She's incredible. There it is with some of her other artwork behind there. There's one of Elon. Right. And there it is up close. Wow. Really up close. Amazing. I love seeing her. That's acrylic. That must not be oil. That must be acrylic. Right.
Sure.
She says somewhere what the
Indie art evaluator.
All right, there's a little video of it. Right? How could she do this to me? That's right. Well, so that's the Greg Stoker painting that I thought was really kick-ass. Shout out to Caitlin. Another Indie Media Award honoree, as is Mint Press News, who Greg is a podcaster for. Lots of that going around. Also in context, connected to Richard Medhurst. So this is the Sarah Wilkins.
Right here, Sarah. How are you? I'm all right. A little bit worse
Wilkins
than
too.
but I'm okay. I'm just trying to stay out of the ambulance. So, and amazed by this in Turkey. I didn't want to pass out and miss all of this welcoming. It's amazing.
Wonderful. Well, congratulations. That was a long
We
trip.
nearly made it. I saw Gaza.
You
I
saw
saw
it.
it. And we were 37 miles away.
Yes.
And just at the last minute, Gaza made me lose focus, and we got intercepted. And well done, Gaza,
Well
for
done.
being there. I hope they saw us.
They
That
did.
is the
They were
important
waiting.
thing. I wanted them to see us before we went down.
They were waiting for you. They were waiting for you.
Merhaba, merhaba.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So that guy, actually right behind there, I don't know why I can't stop it, but that guy in the back, he actually had reported about that the Israelis had beaten up this guy. He's Turkish. He said
Right.
in an interview
Turkish dude, I think, right?
right, that the Israelis had dragged Greta by the hair and abused the hell out of her, tried to humiliate her, made her kiss the Israeli flag and wrapped her around in it, like paraded her around or something, like really disgusting stuff. All right. We got 20 more seconds here. And then there was one other positive that came out of all this. So, yeah, sending 40 ships. They stopped 47 ships and they arrested. So one other positive that came out of this is that while the flotilla didn't reach Gaza, it distracted the Zionist occupation long enough for Gazans to be able to fish without being murdered to feed their families. What seemed like failure became a victory. Okay. And they made it possible in ways they could never have predicted. So I don't want to really show the video because I was basically told that, look, if you're showing people's faces and locations, you're possibly setting them up to be targeted. So I certainly don't want to do that, but I did want to look at all the fish that were there.
Mm-hmm.
And they were like thrilled. And I saw a video of them ecstatic that they were able to fish. And again, a reminder that Israel has not allowed the people of Gaza to fish. We are not being monetized on our YouTube channel. So if you're able to and a means, please support the media you want to see. Those are the people that have supported INN already. That's our wall of fame. The ways to do that are Cash App, $ Indie News Network. We got Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/Indie News Network. We got paypal.me/Indie News Network. And IndieNewsNow.com is our self-hosted website. And then we've got INNNewsletter.com. We're going to be later. We'll be live later for boats smashing into other boats over at INN Newsletter. And we're going to be uncensored. So no YouTube tonight. We'll be on Rumble on the Ocho. We'll be on BitChute. We'll be on, I think, Kick, maybe. But we'll be on Odyssey. So we'll be on all those places and INN Newsletter and Indie News Now. So we'll be all those places. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. And we'll see you soon. Love y'all. Bye, everyone.
Hasta la vista, baby.
No! We just fucking lost the stream.
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe?
Who are these people?
Again, reminding people that, hey, this isn't just Netanyahu. This didn't start October 7th. But when you hear the denials of, oh, it's not really genocide, they're whatever, the statements that have been made are directly genocidal. And here is a long thread of genocidal intent and ethnic cleansing. So, and this was put together by Maximilian. All right. So we've got a thread of genocidal intent. The first one is Ben Shapiro in 2003 promoting ethnic cleansing. All right. And this goes back to, I don't know, a town hall. I don't know where he published this, but if you believe the Jewish state has a right to exist, then you must allow Israel to transfer the Palestinians and the Israeli Arabs from Judea, Samaria, Gaza, and Israel proper, where he doesn't have an answer, just transfer them. Right? It's an ugly, and this is like a 20-year-old Ben Shapiro, by the way. August 27, 2003. So he's been pushing propaganda, right, for more than 20 years. He's been pushing this nonsense. Right? Then we've got a former Israeli justice minister on the ethnic cleansing post October 7th. All right, that's this one here. All right. After we turn Gan Yunis into a soccer field, I'm sure there will be international pressure at some point, hopefully after we finish the job, to rehabilitate. It's just, the statements are maniacal. Each one of them should take a quota, 20 or 50,000, so that they too should shoulder the burden in order to allow them to leave. But they can never come back.
Right.
All right, we let them leave. We need to let them leave. 500,000 young people already emigrated. We need 2 million to leave. In honesty, that's the solution. Yes, ethnic cleansing. That's what she wants to do there. All right, so let me go back there.
Bye, Israel.
Yeah, it's the opposite. All right, so again, you've got this one, clear, straightforward objectives, land theft and ethnic cleansing. All right, we've got this over and over. We've got Ben Gvir. He's well known in these circles already. Right, outtake from speech of terror convict. To end the problem, so that the problem doesn't return, we need two things: return to Gaza now and encourage the residents to leave. That is the truth. It's the only way. Right, encourage by man. All right. Here's another one that they need to occupy Gaza and stay there. And again, he is a hardline extremist, more so than others even. All right, this is Middle East Eye.
אני מציע קודם כל שאנחנו לא נצא ממרכזי הערים בעזה.
We don't leave the city centers in Gaza.
ואני אומר את זה בצורה הכי מפורשת.
You want to stay there? Yes, occupy it. But they don't occupy, right? They're not occupying. That's what they say. And what's really funny is that the graphics look very, very much like he could be sitting at MSNBC right now.
Yes.
Even though they're
that
blurred
is why
out.
they do it that way.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't suggest we leave the city centers, right? Right? If we decide we can do it, that's what we can do. Gross. All right? Again, their own statements. Don't take my word for it. Israeli policy documents on the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. All right, and again, this gets translated that in October 2023, forced displacement of Gaza civilians to Egypt would yield positive and long-term strategic results. Huh. I wonder what happened in October of 2023. All right, that was on the 13th.
I wonder.
Right?
Yeah.
Right. So And there are this thread has got statement upon minister, okay, Minister Feiglin, all right, quoting Hitler literally, all right, Aylor Levy.
הרגה אחותו של מנהיג חמאס ואליאור לוי, ראש התחום הפלסטיני, עתה עם הפרטים על רצף החיסולים במשפחתו של הנייה וגם המסר שמעבירים ככה בישראל.
נכון, מיכל, תראי, שמסתכלים על זה, אז מתחילת המלחמה באופן בלתי מוכרז, ישראל פתחה במסע נקמה אישי נגד איסמעיל הנייה, כאשר בשמונת החודשים האחרונים ישראל מתנקשת בלא פחות מ-19 מבני משפחתו הקרובים. מהחמולה הכללית יש עוד כמה עשרות, כאשר בואי נראה כמה מהשמות...
I mean, they're just admitting that they're murdering these people's family. And then showing them, look at this, with that old lady with Target, his sister. With targets on them, like that's not genocidal, right?
אחותו, סבח הנייה, שגרה כאן בישראל בתל שבע, נעצרה כבר לפני כמה חודשים. יש אפשר...
Again, once they decide that they're a terrorist, there's no questioning it, ever. All right, I told the officer I perform a symphony with a D9 bulldozer, demolishing 50 buildings a week by myself. A 2-story house means nothing to us. We completely destroyed Jabalia and Rafah. We were on our way to destroy Beit Hanun and Beit Lahaya. But the agreement didn't give us enough time, so we only settled for destroying half of them. Wow. Like, just...
Yeah, they talked about when me and Colin last Wednesday covered a thing with Netanyahu that was like, yeah, no, we accepted the deal. Better to, destroy 99% and, then try to get 100 and not fit. It's like they're just fucking genocidal mathing this out, just trying to take as much land as possible before the consequences show up.
Right. And if any other country made these statements, it would not be considered normal by any stretch of any imagination, and we would likely go in there and destroy it. But of course, we're beholden. So then we've got again here's Smotrich, Tulkaram and Janine will look like Jabalia and Shujaya, Nablus and Ramallah will look like Rafah and Khan Yunis. Just saying they're going to destroy the entire place, and that's what they're systematically doing. All right, here's another one. All these supposedly uninvolved, these subhumans. Yep. All right. With a deranged rant. I'm not even going to play this nonsense. But just the point is that you've got these compiled websites and threads of receipts. And this is why, by the way, Israel now wants to take down Twitter, because they want to take down threads like this too.
Yeah.
Then there will be nowhere for you to find anything that's critical of Israel anywhere in any that goes viral, because anything that's on TikTok is now being suppressed. I didn't bring any of that, but Ricky over at Council of State Media is saying that he's already starting to have his TikToks taken down. Same thing with Guy Christensen. I do have some videos from him. All right. But then we've got Smotrich peddling the destruction of Gaza within months. All right, it'll be completely destroyed with the Palestinian population forcibly displaced in large numbers to third countries. What third countries? Still no answer on that. Awful.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then it just keeps going and going and going. And it's, again, not one person. It's not one cabinet minister. It's not one member of the Knesset.
Mm-hmm.
It's systemic. It's
all of them.
It's most of them. Again, I wouldn't say all of them. That's like saying that all Americans are behind what we're doing, and we're not. But I would say that a large percentage, and as they continue to be surveyed and polled, a lot of them
Right,
are, move the 1.8 somewhere quickly quickly through the south into a sterilized humanitarian area and give them food, and then the Trump plan. Transfer them to other countries. But he never says which other countries because he doesn't have an answer to that. And then they start with the
and they don't
nonsense.
care. They're like anywhere else.
Well, they've been pushing in the Hasbara, the propaganda is that the other Arab quote unquote nations should take them, and the other Muslim countries should take them in.
Right.
But again, the biggest problem with that is by doing that, you then can see that Israel then has the right to the land, and that you're acknowledging that they are the rightful now new owners of that land, and to never accept the people that were there and say that's their land, they deserve to have that forever. That's why the Arab world, for one reason that I see, will never accept the Palestinian people, in defiance, in support of the Palestinian people, not to reject them at all, but to ensure that they continue to fight for their own, and that the world continues to say, no, that is a Palestinian homeland. That's why I see it. And again, I could be wrong. But that's the way I've always seen why the Arab world rejects Israel and accepting Israel in general as an existing country, because they never accepted the UN proposition to begin with. Most of them never agreed to it, right? Those are the countries, the 21 Arab nations voted against it in 1948. Nobody ever talks about that. It's interesting. It wasn't quite unanimous. Not quite, because you were kind of taking people's land away and giving it to somebody else in a way. All right. And again, you've got just statement after statement here. Another member of the Knesset, Waldiger, we have to kill everyone, even the children. Ugh.
Yep.
I can't play these statements. We see them. They're here. You can see this for yourself. If you don't believe it. If you don't believe it, though, here. I wouldn't allow a drop of water
in. Yeah.
Right. I wouldn't allow until the hostages arrive. All right. Gross. All right. Here's member of the Knesset, Kish, before heading to a delegation in Auschwitz on genocide in Gaza. I don't care. There won't be any provisions. I mean,
real men eat quiche.
Hypocrisy. I mean, yes, Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is absolutely a tool of genocide. Anthony Aguilera has been talking about that.
Yeah, they got a fucking racist ass, biker gang running it. Literally.
Yep.
Motherfuckers got the leather and everything.
And again, this just keeps going and going. And this goes back, again, September 29th. This is just recent. Law for Palestine releases 500 plus instances of Israeli incitement. There's another link to more receipts, just in case you didn't have enough here. 255 instances. Here, the final nail in the coffin of genocide denial. Of course, the UN Commission of Inquiry concluding on reasonable grounds that Israel have committed and is continuing to commit the following actus reus of genocide against the Palestinians in the Gaza Strip. I mean, not only are they admitting it themselves, now, of course, the UN has acknowledged it. Now what? Well, how about this 9-point plan? Number one, dismantle the Israeli military and denuclearize the state of Israel. Enough of this denial bullshit. Number two, empty Israel's torture dungeons of the 10,000 plus Palestinian political prisoners and Palestinian hostages that they consider to be prisoners because they didn't commit any crime, haven't been charged, and aren't allowed to see a lawyer. Free Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, for example. We need to ensure a swift withdrawal of 100% of Israeli civilians and soldiers from 100% of the territories occupied in the June 1967 war. You know, that can also be turned around. As these crazy ministers of the Knesset were saying, well, they need to go somewhere. You've got a couple million people, have each country take in 30, 40, 50,000. Well, why not do that for the Israelis then, right? Oh, right. You don't like it when it's turned around on you? Oh,
that already have dual citizenship.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it works both ways, pal. All right. Send a UN-backed international coalition of doctors, medical workers, aid workers, backed by an armed protection force to provide immediate relief to genocide survivors in Gaza. That would be nice. You know, there are already some that are there that are constantly being bombed and shelled, and a bunch that were Palestinian that have been shot and have been taken off the playing field, of course, completely by design, by sniper fire. I didn't bring that one, but oh my God, a drone went into a hospital and murdered a doctor by shooting him in the head this week. In Gaza, in one of those hospitals. That's the few that are actually left that are makeshift. All right. Next, we need to facilitate talks among Palestinian factions to enable Palestinian elections, self-determination, and statehood. We need to de-radicalize the Israeli Jewish school system. I would say disband it entirely, but yes, de-radicalize that entire agenda. Allow Palestinian refugees the right to return to the country that they, their parents, grandparents, or great-grandparents were forcibly expelled from. All right? And arrest, prosecute, and punish those thousands of Israeli political, military, and media elites responsible for the Holocaust of the 21st century. And I wouldn't stop with Israeli. I would continue on to the US. I'd continue on to the UK. I'd continue on to Australia even. And most of the other NATO leaders that sent support, Germany for sure. Yeah, they should all be brought up on a Nuremberg-style hearing. All right, so that is Zach Foster. So give him a follow, historian of Palestine. All right, and then there is finally what the end game for all of this was, and what the intent was from the beginning, was the Ben Gurion Canal and reshaping the entire Middle East. They wanted that land because they want the resources underneath it, and they want an unobstructed path and to create what they want. They consider to be the Ben Gurion Canal. I'll put more in the thumbnail and lay out where this is going to go and a map of it, because I thought there was one here. I've also got a Richard Medhurst clip that I want to show about this and exactly what the Ben Gurion Canal is. All right, but this is from Middle East Monitor from September 17th. Gaza's genocide, the Ben Gurion Canal, and the politics of reconstruction, which is erasure by design. All right. And let me make this a little bigger so everyone can see it. Again, Middle East Monitor. Rajan Solomon. Support independent media. These are the kind of folks that get suppressed. All right. Is that the violence in Gaza is not simply episodic slaughter. It's an engineered campaign of erasure, of lives, of livelihoods, memory, and geography. The oldest church in like the history of the world was here in Gaza. They've just leveled it. The oldest library, the oldest soap factory, like ancient stuff that has been standing for thousands of years. And Israel just doesn't give a shit. They're leveling the whole thing. They're done. The Independent UN Commission of Inquiry again concluded in June that the pattern of killing, denial of life-sustaining services, and rhetoric of some Israeli officials meet the threshold of genocide. Francesca Albanese, of course, is the UN rapporteur on genocide in Gaza and in Palestinian territories. She's been screaming for a year plus that, yes, they're systematically trying to wipe them out. Yep. To understand what's being lost, we must follow not only the bombs, but the canals, how water, land, and sea are being weaponized, how grand infrastructure fantasies, above all, the idea of a Ben Gurion canal, are being deployed to normalize the dispossession. Across Gaza, water systems, sewage plants, and desalination facilities have been repeatedly destroyed or rendered inoperable. Again, Reef's covered that, how they filled in wells with cement, right, on INN News.
Yep. As well as cast thy bread going way back, putting typhoid in the water and whatnot.
Right. And hallucinogenics. And then they were giving, they were lacing the flour with, what was it? Some kind of medication that would mess them up.
I mean, pick your poison.
Ibuprofen, maybe? I don't remember what it was. All right. But
yeah.
The UN Office for Coordination on Humanitarian Affairs confirmed that the children line for hours for brackish water while sewage floods streets and disease spreads in overcrowded camps. Yes. What looks like collateral damage is in fact strategy. Without clean water, sanitation, schools, and hospitals, a society cannot reproduce itself, and the memory becomes harder to anchor in place. So, the Ben Gurion Canal is not an idle technical curiosity. First imagined in the 1960s as an Israeli alternative to the Suez, the project has been revived in recent years as planners and boosters tout visionary fixes to regional trade. Proposals suggest linking the Red Sea near Eilat to the Mediterranean, creating a new maritime corridor bypassing the Suez and cutting through the Negev Desert and southern Levant. On its face, the canal promises jobs, ports, and revitalization. In practice, it exposes how reconstruction is being weaponized. Building a canal on this scale would demand vast land acquisition, demolition, and environmental upheaval. If routed alongside or through Gaza's littoral, or as some variant suggests, it becomes an explicit instrument for territorial re-engineering, carving out maritime access, dispossessing communities, and of course, embedding a securitized corridor under Israeli or foreign control. Kind of like, we control the Panama Canal to a point. Although I think we've now given it back, and now the ends are owned by BlackRock, although there was an upheaval about China buying part of it. We're still running the ends of it through BlackRock. We control the gates, as Dissent in Bloom wrote, I remember a while ago. So I'm going to stop on this one. I want to show the Richard Medhurst video because it's a really good one. This is from 2 years ago. He talked about this. Again, to show you that this did not start October 7th, although this was after that.
Yeah.
The truth is that the war in Gaza has enormous economic incentives behind it for the US, for the EU, and for Israel. I mentioned some of these in part 1, and I'm going to expand on my analysis in this part 2. See, Israel and the United States have been planning for decades to build what is called the Ben Gurion Canal. This is a rival to the infamous Suez Canal in Egypt. This Ben Gurion Canal will begin at the port city of Eilat and finish right next to, if not directly through, Gaza. The Americans hatched the secret plan with the Israelis in 1963 to detonate over 500 nuclear bombs in the Negev Desert with the aim of building this Ben Gurion Canal.
Yep.
This goes without saying, the Suez Canal is one of the most important, quintessential geostrategic assets on the planet. It connects the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea. It is so important to global trade that in 1956, Israel, Britain, and France literally attacked Egypt because it dared to nationalize the Suez Canal, its own territory. Let that give you an idea how important this is economically. It's situated at the intersection of 3 continents and 2 bodies of water. It cuts shipping times and shipping costs by so much that today, 12% of global trade, 30% of global container traffic pass through the Suez Canal. This is why Israel are absolutely obliterating Gaza. They want no more Palestinians and no more resistance.
Uno scopo, distruggere Gaza. Distruggere questo male assoluto.
Egyptian President Sisi was told in the last weeks that if he accepts Israel's plan to take Palestinians from Gaza and put them in the Sinai Desert, that Israel will pay for this, and the United States will wipe Egypt's national debt. Look at that. And the third aspect about the River Nile. You see, Ethiopia, which is Egypt's neighbor, built something in 2011 called the Renaissance Dam, which cut water to both Sudan and Egypt. And this is, it's caused a huge argument ever since. Now, Ethiopia has a significant Jewish population. The United States, and specifically Israel, could theoretically lean on Ethiopia, as they have done before, and pressure it not to fill up its reservoirs, which is very good for Egypt, and shall we say would incentivize Egypt to take in people from Gaza. You see, you need to understand this Ben Gurion Canal is the last piece of the puzzle. It will cement the Americans and Israelis' control over the world's most important shipping lane, giving them total control over maritime trade. So follow me down the map. The Red Sea, which would feed into the Ben Gurion Canal, it already has a huge presence of American and Israeli troops. Did you know, for example, that Israel's largest military base is located in the Red Sea on Dahlak Island in Eritrea? This base was hit by Yemen in the last few days in support of Gaza because Yemen is an integral part of the resistance axis. Yemen is located right next to Eritrea in a crucial area. I mean, we're talking about the Gulf of Aden. We're talking about the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Thousands, tens of thousands of ships pass this area every year, including a large percentage of the world's petroleum vessels. The US have been trying for decades to control this important shipping lane by putting troops right opposite Yemen, in Djibouti and Somalia, in what is called the Horn of Africa. The Americans have tried to control this area by attacking Yemen from the rear, using Saudi Arabia, using other Gulf countries, doing their own drone strikes. This war lasted for over 6 years. It devastated Yemen, and the media barely covered it. Another one of Yemen's important geostrategic assets is the beautiful island of Socotra, which is located, talk about geostrategic. It's located between the Horn of Africa, the Gulf of Aden, the Arabian Sea, and the Indian Ocean. See, the UAE, after normalizing ties with Israel, they helped Israel to put spy bases and establish a military presence on Socotra Island. The importance of this Bab el-Mandeb Strait is that both Iran and China need to use this shipping lane for Iran to export fuel and for China as the world's largest economy and largest trading partner of most countries. There is de facto already an entire Cold War taking place right up the Gulf Coast in the Strait of Hormuz. The tanker war. You see, what happens is that the US and Israel, they try to sink Iranian fuel ships, and then Iran responds in kind. You see, Britain also tried playing this stupid game as well in the Strait of Gibraltar. Yep. They hijacked an Iranian ship, and only when Iran did the same to a British ship did they finally, get the message and let the Iranian ship go. The US have gone so far as to even steal Iranian fuel tankers and sell off the cargo. A practice that is commonly referred to as piracy. Later on, in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, up into the Red Sea, and of course, by replacing the Suez Canal with the Ben Gurion Canal. This final piece of the puzzle will allow the US and Israel to dominate world maritime trade. They can use this not only to the benefit of their own economies, but to damage and to attack other countries' economies, like China, like Iran, Egypt, Syria, Lebanon. This is literally highway robbery on the high seas. And the Ben Gurion Canal is key to all of this. Egypt could stop this war in Gaza right now by shutting down the Suez Canal. It is bewildering that they don't do this. If not for Gaza's sake, do it for your own sake. Egypt's economy is going to be leveled if this Ben Gurion Canal is built. It will completely undermine the Suez Canal. Where is Saudi Arabia? Why don't they threaten to cut oil production for 1 week, 1 bloody day, just to stop this war? Or is there something in it for them where God to be leveled and replaced with this canal? Where are the Arabs? Where are the Muslims? Look at the European Union. They have nothing in common with each other except geography. They have over 24 languages. Whereas the Arab world, from Morocco to Oman, have a common tongue, common geography, common religion, common history, and common culture. I mean, this automatically makes them a global superpower. Not to mention the natural resources, the geographical landmass, and the population, which are essential factors and criteria of hard power.
In the Arab city of Cordoba were 2 miles of public lighting in the streets when
Arabia
London was a village.
It's not only the size of the Arab world, but look at the straits. All the vital straits are located in Arab countries. The Strait of Gibraltar, which is Jabal Tariq, the Suez Canal, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, and the Strait of Hormuz between Iran and Oman. European colonial powers understood this a long time ago, how powerful Arab countries could be, and they planted Israel right smack dab in the middle to sow chaos and try to win over these Arab kingdoms, bring them over to their side, and make them normalize ties with Israel. All these borders in the Middle East did not exist until 1916, until the same European powers that back Israel today drew them. This is the Middle East before, and this is the Middle East after Sykes-Picot, after the French and the British ruined it. This divide and conquer strategy is all about carving up the Arab world, creating instability, and controlling resources and the straits.
Sounds like balkanization in a way, right? Like that's what it reminds me of. You know, that's basically been the plan for Russia too. Let me refresh that and get back to 731.
These powers, they always play this sectarian card. You know, they love to pit Sunni against Shia. They did this in Iraq, they did it in Lebanon, and now they try to do it between Arabs and try to pit them against Iran. In Palestine, they tell you, oh, it's about Jews against Muslims. No, it absolutely bloody isn't. The West are afraid of unity between Arabs themselves and between Arabs and Muslim countries. This war has nothing to do with Hamas. That's not what it's about. You know why people are wondering, how is this mass slaughter of civilians happening? The ardent support for Israel from the West.
Europe stands with Israel.
As we stand steadfast with Israel.
The United States stands with Israel.
Why are they allowing this to happen in broad daylight? They won't even call for a ceasefire. What's controversial about that? The answer is because this is their project too. This is also a European and American imperialist project, and they are complicit. This long-term plan concerns and screws the whole region. It will impact everybody in the Middle East negatively. And that is precisely why the whole resistance axis, Palestine, Yemen, Iran, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, are all involved in this fight on multiple fronts.
Okay, so then Palestine
and Russia and China
Iraq,
on top of that.
Well, Yemen they're systematically going after. Syria and Lebanon they're already going after. So Iraq would be next, then Iran, then Russia and China. I also want to give a shout out really quick. The logo up there and in the bottom left corner are designed by friend of the show and one of the OG fam, Mona Carmona, actually designed that for Richard. So I always smile every time I see that logo with the lion in the Palestinian flag colors and the RM logo up there. Good.
Russia and China as being also complicit in this economically.
Well, yes, in that they are not sanctioning or taking action against any of it. Yeah, because they're going to profit and they'll be fine either way. So, again, shout out to Indie Media Award honoree Richard Medhurst. Richard, of course, is being censored heavily in the UK right now under Section 12. He's still somewhat active over on Twitter /X, whatever you want to call it, at Richie Medhurst. He does an occasional live stream, but not very often. But, you know, again, hate to see him muzzled. Nobody should be censored for having views like this, but we kind of have all kind of expected that this was how it was going to be, especially in the UK. And he's also apparently been charged with something in Austria, even though we haven't seen any statements yet. Still waiting to hear what's going to come out of that. The only one I know that's actually being charged in 2 different countries. So he wears that badge with honor, I'm sure. So we are not being monetized on our YouTube channel. So if you're able to and a means, please support the media you want to see. Those are the people that have supported INN already. That's our wall of fame. The ways to do that are Cash App, $ Indie News Network. We got Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/Indie News Network. We got paypal.me/Indie News Network. And IndieNewsNow.com is our self-hosted website. And then we've got INNnewsletter.com. We're going to be later, we'll be live later for boats, smashing into other boats over at INN Newsletter. And we're going to be uncensored. So no YouTube tonight. We'll be on Rumble on the Ocho. We'll be on BitChute. We'll be on, I think, Kick, maybe. But we'll be on Odyssey. So we'll be on all those places and INN Newsletter and Indie News Now. So we'll be all those places. Yeah, it's insane. All those Nazi style statements. I saw a couple of people saying that it's gross what's going on, and the fact that they're still allowed to exist as a country. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Steve Gale's Free Richard Medhurst. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. But yeah, that video is from a couple of years ago, amazingly enough. And he saw what was coming and that they need to stop the plans for the Ben Gurion Canal. No, okay. So Sean's not on Twitter. So yeah, it'd be hard to see him anywhere else. He's done a couple of YouTube streams or Rumble streams, but not very many lately. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. And we'll see you soon. Love y'all. Bye, everyone.
Hasta la vista, baby.
No! We just fucking lost the stream!
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe? Were you safe?
Who are these people?
We're going to talk a little bit about media control and manipulation. We talked a little bit about Al Jazeera earlier and the fact that Israel was trying to influence Al Jazeera in West Bank after shutting it down in Gaza. I believe they're now shutting down the one in West Bank. And part of it was after this kind of report. Did Trump and Netanyahu force Qatar to purge Al Jazeera? And again, didn't hear this discussed anywhere else, but Israel-Palestine News is an excellent outlet that is another aggregator and brings in specific news dedicated to Israel and Palestine, run by, I think her name is Adelson Weir. She is on Twitter at If Americans Knew. Israeli journalist Amit Siegel writes on October 6th in his blog, It's Noon in Israel, quote, my Israeli Channel 12 colleague Ehud Yaari explained that, quote, Qatar is carrying out a purge at Al Jazeera. The director's gone, the deputy's gone, and this comes together with a gradual softening of the network's editorial line. For example, Al Jazeera now, instead of praising and boasting the actions of Hamas's military wing, is focusing more on the humanitarian situation in Gaza. Why? Well, this is apparently part of an understanding between them and the United States, under which Al Jazeera will reduce the amount of incitement it spreads throughout the Middle East, Yaari explained. Refresh my memory, Reef. There was an announcement this week about a base in South Dakota being licensed. What country again was it that? What country was it again that was allowed to have that base?
I think it was Qatar.
I believe it was Qatar.
I remember correct.
Huh. And where is Al Jazeera based again?
Qatar.
Oh, right. Okay. I think I'm starting to see what happened here. Wanting more information, I asked an intelligence official for their thoughts. Here's what they told me. Quote, yesterday I read several times that Hamas is very unhappy with changes at Al Jazeera. The two had even had an apology call, according to the official, during which they agreed upon the fact that Trump and Netanyahu forced the Qataris to change direction. Quote, but did the official buy this narrative? I thought they were fantasizing, they said. But then I happened to see this, and then I went to Al Jazeera's homepage, which really doesn't look the same as it did a week ago. Back then, it had dozens of articles about Gaza against Israel. Now, you can see for yourself a neutral main headline, another fairly neutral one about the flotilla, and that's it. The bottom line, if this is a real shift, it's a huge game changer, they said. So look for Trump and Netanyahu to now be controlling the narrative at Al Jazeera. Amit Sega is an Israeli journalist and television personality. He serves as chief political analyst for Israel's leading news outlet, Channel 12 News, and the country's most read newspaper, Israel Hayom, which means today. Siegel also anchors Israel's highly watched Meet the Press show on Channel 12. This isn't the first time Qatar has been pressured to censor Al Jazeera. An Al Jazeera documentary about the Israel lobby in the U.S. was censored when Jewish Americans such as Dershowitz Squirts pressured Qatar to block it. It did play in the UK. That was called The Lobby, and it exposed several Americans, including Marshall from the Realignment. I think, what's his name? Kozlov. And then Jordan Schachtel, who they outed as an agent, an operative who was writing op-eds on behalf of the IDF and Israel and maybe Mossad, but doing it behind the shadows without letting anyone know who he was working for. Total conflict of interest as a journalist. He was a propagandist. And in truth, he almost got an Indie Media Award on, and we started looking him up and we found this. And we were like, holy shit. But that wasn't the only outlet that's now being further controlled by Zionists. Famously, we've been talking about how Paramount and Skydance bought Paramount. Skydance is the company run by Larry Ellison's son, David. Multi-billions of dollars. Skydance then purchased the Free Press this week, which closed. The Free Press is one of the largest Substack outlets, valued at over $100 million, funded by VC and private equity, and now bought out by Paramount and Skydance, where they then have promoted Bari Weiss to the head of CBS News. Now, the day Bari Weiss, who used to work at the New York Times, quit in 2020, there's always a Rafat tweet. Anti-Israeli, anti-Palestinian bigot Bari Weiss will get a better and more paying job. That was July 14, 2020. And he knew exactly what was happening. And of course, Bari Weiss, he accuses of having him personally targeted and murdered. And hopefully his ghost will haunt her for the rest of her life. All right, but according to Decensored News, it's official. Paramount and its chairman and CEO, David Ellison, son of Larry, have now confirmed reports that it's acquiring Bari Weiss's Free Press, and Weiss will join CBS News as editor-in-chief and report directly to Ellison, not to the board of CBS. Bypassing, she has no boss except for the guy that bought the company. Okay, according to this, that's just their own press release, so who cares? Right. Bullshit. Now,
bullshit.
The man who's very excited about this, and the company that is most excited about this, I think, other than the people who worked at the Free Press and the VC investors that got cashed out,
coming to a Substack newsletter near you,
would be the owners and co-founders of Substack that have seen now one of their publications that was built exclusively on their platform from nothing be sold for $150 million. And because they don't see that
capitalism.
Well, they don't see that it's a mechanism to control one of the most influential, allegedly, but one of the largest subscriber-based outlets there is on that platform, and then control that narrative. Okay? It's so what Hamish, who is ever the optimist and the capitalist, there's never been a better time to start a media company. The Free Press went from 0 to 150 million in acquisition in 3 years. Team Zateo, run by shitlib Mehdi Hassan and invested in by private equity. The Bulwark, another shitlib outlet, and Emily Sundberg, who I don't even know. All right, but she's also a top seller, and many more. I would guess Matt Taibbi and the Racket News are all on similar trajectories. He believes that media businesses will be among the most profitable opportunities in this new era, as long as they're willing to kowtow to Israel's line and bullshit. We need human connection and understanding more than ever. And remember that Stripe controls...
Moron. Good for Happy Gilmore. Oh, my God!
Remember that Stripe controls the financial monetization aspect of this. Stripe is run by a Zionist, and Stripe is wanting to be able to have control over whether they can monetize you or not based on what you say. So there's an article here that Hamish had shared, the Home for Media Startups. I'm not going to share it, but they did a live stream, Hamish and Chris, to kind of brag and spike the football a little bit. So yesterday, and I jumped onto this live stream, and I congratulated them because it is a big thing for them as a company that built this platform that within 3 years had a company emerge from it that was sold for that kind of money. That's an accomplishment one way or another, whether you like them or not.
And your nose got brown for doing it.
Shut up. Because I couldn't even say it. I got censored. I said it felt like I was censored and prevented
censoring
from chatting during this live stream, but saw that others were able to chat. Is there a reason why? I wanted to ask if there was going to be a mechanism added to allow a business to transfer a Substack to a new primary email address if it's sold, like in this case of the Free Press. You know, Bari Weiss doesn't want to hand over her personal email address to Paramount, but I guess for $150 million, she could have another one. But still, that's kind of weird.
Right.
My understanding is that it's not possible at this time to even transfer a publication, hoping that a sale of this size would get leadership to look at that and try to allow for that to happen in the future. Also, thanks to my friend Michael down in South Africa, I understand that publications can't be split out from their owner's original account and transferred to different owners in case of a sale either. Doesn't make much sense. It started as a discussion about what happens to a publication when someone dies, but quickly evolved into more. So I went to put that in here on the chats, and you can see that I tried to enter that, and there's a chat afterwards. Well, I find out afterwards, somebody pointed out that the reason why you couldn't chat was because it's a paid subscription only. They gatekeep and they paywalled their own chat. It's at a publication's discretion. She says, I personally see it as good policy. Otherwise, dissenters may tend to troll. That's annoying no matter what your political orientation or views are in any particular subject. However, the downside is usually paid subs applaud whatever's said, so you generally don't get robust discussion in my experience. And what I said was, yeah, okay, if you're a creator, it's one thing. If it's your platform and you're going live publicly, but yet you're going to filter out who can speak by only the ones that pay you, that's fucked up. Not the best look, especially when they talk about being champions of free speech. Agreed. I'm sure they're aware of possible pushback and they don't give a shit. These announcements are managed. You bet they are. And so what happened over at the Free Press immediately, or over at CBS News as soon as Bari Weiss took over? Well, the first thing she did was she booked a panel discussion with former secretaries of state, including Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice. So I found this funny post, note over on Substack by the good citizen. Bari Weiss is a genius. Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice talk about working for Israel like Bari does. 145 live viewers at 5 different nursing homes tuned in to watch it live. Worth every one of the 6 bazillion shekels paid by the Zio, CIA, Mossad, Adelson family. Money laundered in from Tel Aviv, looted from the district of Chabad. The worse the propaganda gets, the more money they will pay half-wits like Bari to keep the bar extremely low. To them, it doesn't matter what made up the value they put on their slop, because it all comes from West Israeli taxpayers anyway. 1,100 people watching 2 former secretaries of state live on a major fucking network. That's
Pokemon go to the polls.
Dude, Jimmy Dore has
this
15
photo,
times that.
This photo, first of all, is like historic. It should be printed for years, only because they're trying to equate Hillary Clinton and Condoleezza Rice as different.
Right.
When they are the same. Like, as is Bari Weiss.
Yep.
Like, they are just past, present, and future all in one thing.
Now,
like,
apparently, the new boss had something to say. All right. The Writers Guild urged CBS News staffers not to respond, all right, to Bari Weiss's info-seeking memo until the company provides details on the purpose of her email. What? What's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
And this is an exclusive, all right, that to Variety, so that's why I'm bringing the Variety article. The Writers Guild of America told union employees that it represents at CBS News to not respond to an email requesting information sent to staff by Bari Weiss, the Free Press founder who this week was appointed CBS News' editor-in-chief, until CBS provides more details on what the purpose of her missive is, including whether their replies could serve as a basis for discipline, discharge, or layoff. I would say that it would. The Free Press, launched by conservative-leaning Weiss in 2021, was acquired this week by Paramount Skydance, parent of CBS. As part of the deal, reported to be worth $150 million, Weiss has oversight of CBS News' editorial operations. Weiss told CBS News staffers in a memo Friday morning that she was eager to understand how you spend your working hours and ideally what you've made or are making that you're most proud of. She asked every employee at the news division to send her a memo providing these details by Tuesday, as well as your views on what's working, what's broken or substandard, and how we can be better. Weiss said all responses will be held in the strictest of confidence. This is, remember,
of course it is.
What Musk did to all the federal employees, made them write up a letter saying how you spend your week and it had to be due by Friday at 5 or you're fired.
Right.
In an email to Writers Guild members obtained by Variety, union reps said, quote, "We're aware that Bari Weiss sent an email asking CBS employees to provide information about their jobs and feedback about CBS News. Many of you have expressed your concern to us about the purpose of the email, and we share those concerns. That's why we sent the company an immediate demand to provide information about the email by Monday. We suggest that you refrain from responding until we're able to share the information that we receive so that you can make an informed decision by the Tuesday deadline." The Writers Guild email was sent by Michael Isaac, director of the broadcast cable streaming news and field reps Brandon West, Sophie Morton, and Dean, whoever his name is. Doesn't matter who it is. Reps for CBS, of course, did not immediately respond to requests for comment because they're not going to. Writers Guild East represents unionized employees at CBS News, as well as CBS News Digital, likely based in New York and D.C. Weiss's memo to CBS News team called to mind a program established by the Trump admin earlier this year by the Doge, led by Elon Musk. Starting in February, he demanded that federal workers file every week a list of 5 things that they had accomplished in the past week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation, he had written in a post on Twitter announcing the policy. In August, the White House officially ended those 5 things weekly emails. They had to do it every week for 6 fucking months. Copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste, copy, paste. Nobody ever looked at it. But in the case that they ever wanted to use it against you for any reason, they then had that on file. Per the union, per the email from the union reps, the union has asked for the following information from CBS. Who received the email? Who will have access to the responses that the employees provide? Will employees' responses be the basis for discipline, discharge, or layoff? Will employees be disciplined if they don't respond? What does the company intend to do with the responses? Will the company use AI technology to review the responses? And if so, what prompts will be given? And what steps will be taken to ensure that the results are non-discriminatory? To which Skydance will say, we're a private company, go fuck yourself. Which I'm sure we're about to read. According to a memo from Paramount Skydance CEO David Adelson, Weiss will help ensure that our reporting remains relevant, accessible, and most importantly, Israel-friendly, trusted in this new era for American media. So remember, they've now taken over TikTok, they've now taken over CBS News, and they've now taken over one of the largest Substack publications in the world. All in the span of about 3 months. Fuck Israel, because that's who's, of course, behind most of this. And why this is all happening is to shut down the narrative. So, start a Substack. Maybe Oracle will buy you out. Maybe Larry Adelson, if you're a Zionist-friendly outlet, there's money there. I guarantee you that's what Matt Taibbi's hoping on. That's why he's kept his mouth shut.
Substack newsletter near you.
All right. Everyone on Substack is saying general strike. Well, we would have to start by general striking Substack. I think that would be your first step, would be not publishing there. Make them feel it. As well as general strike across the board for sure. But if you're going to continue to publish on that platform that just benefited massively from Bari Weiss selling out and now being made one of the chief propagandists at one of the largest, corporate media outlets in the world, that's where we got to start. And maybe we all start to exodus Substack. That might be the way to go. And the problem is, I don't think that they care if we leave. They don't. The best place, honestly, the revolution continues. What best place to publish outside of Substack? We're doing it over at WordPress. That is self-hosted and open source, WordPress.org. You can get yourself some server space and download WordPress.org, host it on your own server, and nobody can take you down as long as they don't take down your host or your ISP. But you also don't get the massive reach and engagement that the investment in that the Substack founders have made that we all benefit from, the referral network and everything else. So it's a double-edged sword. But the point is that if we really are talking about general strike, we've got to be willing to general strike publishing to their platforms as well. That includes YouTube. That includes Rumble. Self-publish. And you have to find us there. Underground radio, underground kind of live streaming. And that's why we created IndieNewsNow.com. That's exactly why. Unfortunately, the only way to chat right now is through Discord, another one of those massive platforms. We're not going to be remonetized by YouTube for talking about this and challenging corporate media's rule and control. So if you're able to, and it means, please support the media you want to see by contributing over at Cash App, $Indie News Network. You can have ko-fi.com/Indie News Network. You got paypal.me/IndieNewsNetwork. Okay, you got IndieNewsNow.com. I just mentioned that. And then we've got the newsletters over at Substack, IndieMediaToday.com. We're monetized there for now. And at INNNewsletter.com. That's done through Stripe. If Stripe ever decided they wanted to shut us off, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Because that's where a lot of the money that we earn comes from and is being filtered through. PayPal is the other way. The third way is via Stripe. Not Stripe, via Cash App, which goes through Block/Square, which is a Jack Dorsey company. You know, these payment processors, you can't get away from them, sadly. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. I love you all. We'll see you soon, fam.
Bye. Have a great time.
Hasta la vista, baby. I'll be back.
No! We just fucking lost the stream.
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe? Were you safe?
Who are these people?
We know there was a ceasefire announced this week, or at least last Sunday, and except the terms of it were weird, and that Hamas sort of accepted it but wasn't at the signing. And meanwhile, Gazans are marching north again, returning to homes made of rubble, which we've shown the overhead drone shots. Going to, again, we're going to Indie Media Award honoree Mondo Weiss for this one. All right, that as Palestinians return to the rubble of their homes, thank you, the effects of the genocide are being felt amid heightened social unrest. This war broke us. It damaged our souls. We need decades to heal, which, of course, they're not going to have because they're going to be kicked the fuck out of there, sadly. This picture of, and this was, wow, walking back to Gaza City. Okay. This is from APA Images. I'm stunned and speechless. All right.
Yep.
It was the moment everyone in southern Gaza had been waiting for, the chance to return to their homes, or what remained of them in Gaza City in northern Gaza. On October 10th, as part of the first phase of the ceasefire agreement reached between Israel and Hamas, throngs of people began the march back north. Now remember that Israel had just made them all march south. So now they're marching back north, moving up the coastal Al-Rashid Road in a slight reminiscent of Gazans' historic return march during the January March ceasefire earlier this year. There's not supposed to be more than one ceasefire in a year, guys. It's not really a ceasefire if that's what happened. On Saturday
morning. That's not how it works.
No, that's not how any of this works. On Saturday morning, a statement from the Gaza Civil Defense said that over 300,000 people had made the trek to Gaza City over the past 2 days. Quote, no tents or mobile homes are available to house the returnees from the south, unquote, the statement said. Of course not. Israel bombed it, went block by block after they cleared everybody and killed everyone that was still left. What the hell would be left? Ismail Thawabada, head of the government media office in Gaza, confirmed that the over 300,000 residential units have been destroyed, while over 200,000 units were partially destroyed. This led to the displacement of almost 2 million people from their homes, forcing them to live in tents and harsh conditions. Yes, we've known this for quite a while. We've covered the tents, and the tents that they literally had to park right next to sewage in order to have a place to sleep.
Yep.
The return movement is not limited to the southern areas of the Strip. Residents from Gaza City and Khan Yunis have also begun to return to neighborhoods from which they were displaced during the war, including eastern Khan Yunis, Ma'an, and Al-Batna Samin. Those areas had been previously inaccessible due to Israel's military presence there. They would basically shoot everyone on sight. As the Israeli army has withdrawn from parts of the territory, displaced families are attempting to reclaim what remains of their homes. Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to go well for them, because I think this is just temporary. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. Those returning describe a mix of relief and devastation. We walked 8 hours to reach our neighborhood in Al-Shujaya, said Mahmoud Wadi, one of the returnees. When we arrived, we were shocked by the destruction. My home is gone. The entire area has been flattened. Still, we're grateful to be back and to know the bombing is stopped, but we're terrified over many things. Our lives, our children, our future. We don't know whether we'll live in a tent again for a long while or not. We have no sense of what the future holds, but we're grateful and happy that the war has ended. Wow. Still grateful. But still grateful after all they've been through, after how many times they've been sent to run. Grateful. Wadi, like many others, has begun gathering wood and fabric to build a makeshift tent near the ruins of his home. We don't know where to go. We don't know if schools still exist or whether they've been destroyed, which they probably have. None of us knows what the future looks like. Mahmoud Barbak, a resident of Khan Yunis in southern Gaza, returned to his neighborhood in the eastern part of the city. He said that 4 months ago when he evacuated, his neighborhood was still livable. Now, there's nothing left. There's no life here. All we ask is for the world to help us clear the ruins and make it possible again for us to live with our families and our children to grow up here. Wadi reflects what he and his loved ones have witnessed over the past 2 years and what it's done to them. This war broke us. It damaged our souls. We need decades to heal, and we need even more decades to rebuild our homes. But we will do it, he added, determined. And look at these pictures. That's people standing amongst destruction caused by Israel intentionally, so they had nowhere to live.
Yeah, count the floors. Count the floors on those buildings behind you. This isn't like rural shacks that got pulled down. These are like apartment complexes and business buildings, and this is cities. Yeah.
Yeah. On the ground, Gaza's Interior Ministry announced that a new security plan for the Strip would be implemented as Israeli forces began to withdraw. The Interior Ministry and the National Security Forces in Gaza said in a statement that security forces will be deployed in the areas where the Israeli army withdrew to secure both public and private property and to manage the deliberate chaos created by the Israeli army during the war. It's also to stop these roving Israeli gangs like the one that murdered this journalist yesterday. That didn't happen by the IDF, but certainly wasn't having nothing to do with the IDF. When Israel broke the previous ceasefire in March and resumed its genocidal campaign, one of the chief targets of Israeli forces was civil servants in Gaza, working under the Ministry of the Interior, which included the Gaza Police Force and internal security forces. The systematic targeting of Hamas's means of ensuring civil order was intended to create a power vacuum in Gaza and sow chaos among the local populace. It's also the only people who had guns, likely. The Israeli army also funded and armed local criminal gangs in Gaza, as well as a number
as well as a number of
local clans to fight with Hamas and loot humanitarian aid in the Strip, further deepening social polarization, funding both sides of the fight. Where have we seen that before? Huh?
Yep. Couple of places.
Like here. Those effects of those long months of social disintegration are now being felt. Of course they are. As the war winds down and the Israeli army withdraws from designated areas, clashes and infighting between Hamas members and local clans have broken out in parts of Gaza. During the war, the Ministry of Interior had established the Arrow Force, an internal security unit meant to fight aid looters as well as clan members that Hamas accuses of collaborating with Israel. On Friday, members of the Arrow Force raided the residence of the Dogmosh family in Gaza City. On the same day, clashes erupted between Hamas members and other families in Deir al-Balah, resulting in the death of a Hamas member. Hamas's redeployment in the Gaza Strip caused fear among some groups that had been directly working with the IDF throughout the war. Most infamous among them, the hundreds of armed men in eastern Rafah led by Yasser Abu Shabab, another group led by Hussam al-Astal, and several others. You're not hearing any of these names in any of these stories on CNN or MSNBC or CBS News now, especially now that Barry Weiss is in charge. Right. Social media users in Gaza mocked Yasser Abu Shabab's group as the war's greatest losers amid reports that the IDF will not be evacuating them from Gaza to protect them from Hamas reprisal. So the IDF bailed on these guys and is leaving them to the wolves, effectively. Right? Now, on the humanitarian front, the Israeli-backed and U.S.-run Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, Reef and I both covered that quite a bit on this show and on INN News, ceased operations as Israeli forces withdrew. How convenient. They all just packed their shit up and left. And they were rejoicing. They were, you could see the little pens that they had set up to kind of stable people and gather them up before they distributed food, all taken down. The GHF has been responsible for the killing of over 1,000 Palestinian aid seekers at its so-called humanitarian aid distribution points, which have been described as death traps by Palestinians, and by Anthony Aguilar, who testified in front of Congress about it. On Friday evening, photos circulating online showed GHF workers dismantling the foundation's facilities in preparation to leave the Strip, confirming that the GHF would be left out of aid distribution during the ceasefire. Good. Get them the fuck out of there. They never should have been there in the first place. So that's our first part of the Fuck Israel segment, which has got several portions to it. This one is unbelievable. This is just a literally before and after shot of overhead north of Gaza. Okay, according to Gaza notifications, has been wiped off the map, according and reduced to rubble by the IOF. Where they've literally been carving stars of David in the soil to mark it. But that's what it used to look like on the left. And I'm going to let it run one more time, and that's what it looks like now on the right. Awful.
Yep.
Fuck Israel for that. Next, we've talked about this man quite a bit, and this was one of the things that I said, look, if it's a ceasefire, they better let Hussam Abu Safia out of prison, or it's not really a ceasefire. They're not really this isn't really a peace agreement. It's a temporary pause. Wait, what? Go start saying he's set to be released? Not according to this. Because according to
that just
reports,
came out.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's
literally
amazing.
Like an hour ago.
Because part of my thing was
allegedly
that they weren't going to let him out. All right. And that for 10 months he's been held without charge, an administrative prisoner in reality as a hostage. His lawyer reports he's lost significant weight. His health is deteriorating. He's suffering from scabies. No charges, no trial, no justice. Israel is not just punishing...
Israeli media under pressure from mediators. The list of Palestinian prisoners have been amended, and Hassam Abu Safia will be released from Israeli prisons in a prisoner exchange deal. Names that the Knesset just approved: Mahmoud Ibrahim Misbashik, Muhammad Saeed Abdel Rahman Sarhan, Rami Ibrahim Al-Khalut, Awad Safi Mubarak, and Dr. Hussam Idris Omar Abu Safia.
All right. Well, that's amazing news. But again, for 10 months, we've been calling for him to be released. He did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
He willingly walked into their tank to have a conversation, and they kidnapped him and threw him in a hole and tortured him. So that would be incredible news if he was actually getting let out and set free and able to return home and recover. And you know that the minute that guy recovers, he's running right back to a fucking hospital to take care of others, because that's the kind of person he is. I can tell you that right now. And I've never met the man, but I can tell you that right now. Just for everything everyone's told us about him. All right. There you go. If the Israeli-Palestinian agreement is implemented in full to the letter, there will still be numerous hostages that have not been released. So again, while it's amazing news that he's going to be potentially now, there will still be thousands in Israeli prisons without charge. And let's not forget that. But that is fantastic news if that's really what's going to happen. So next, I have an article from Ricky over at Council of State Media, 2024 Indie Media Award honoree for one of the best outlets out there. All right. Reminding people that Israel has agreed to another one of those ceasefires where Israel doesn't cease firing. Oops. They carried out around 12 to 15 bombings after they announced it and had already signed off on it. This is what happens the minute there's an agreement announced. They start upping the bombings. So what happened here? According to Ricky, we finally have a ceasefire in Gaza. Unfortunately, it looks like it's one of those ceasefires where Israel keeps firing until the deal inevitably collapses and the Western world blames Hamas. Still, any ceasefire, even a flawed one, could lead to a reduction in the number of deaths, and a reduction is better than nothing, I guess. And that's the I guess part of the, ceasefire, I guess, sort of. Phase 1 of the ceasefire is supposed to be underway, and Itmar war criminal Ben Gvir is livid, even though Israel seems to be massacring Palestinians like normal. Here's footage of an Israeli attack that took place shortly after the ceasefire was agreed, and I'm not going to play the video. But you can I'll put the link in, you can watch these yourself. The civilians were reportedly attacked by tanks while celebrating the announcement of the ceasefire. It seems Israel decided to postpone the ceasefire and massacre them out of pure spite. There were more such attacks across Gaza, and the first is understood to have taken place just 20 minutes after the ceasefire was agreed. If this is a sign of things to come, the hope of a reduction in the killing rate might be wishful thinking. One attack reportedly took place at a residential home in Al-Shabra, where 40 people were sheltering and 4 were killed. It's unclear the number of injuries, but here's footage of one of the victims with the gore blurred out. You can clearly see that's blood hanging out of it. It's hard to know just how many attacks have taken place since the ceasefire was agreed, because some reports could be of the same incident. It seems to be in the range of 12 to 15 bombings, but given there's almost no journalists left in Gaza, it's possible that more have gone unreported. Here's footage of an explosion in Gaza that I understand also took place earlier today. From Reuters. All right, fuck Reuters. I'm not playing that. If you have agreed to a ceasefire, there is no reason to continue bombing unless your goal is not peace. It's unclear exactly when the ceasefire was originally meant to start, but Israel started withdrawing its troops a few hours ago. Israel agreed to pull its forces back to a line bisecting Gaza, but not to leave Gaza completely, because of course not. What that means in real terms is anyone's guess, but I'm assuming Israel thinks it's fine for air attacks to continue. Here's footage of a helicopter attack in Gaza City. And here's footage of Israeli warplanes. So, to be clear, both of these air attacks took place after the ceasefire agreement. Pulling back your forces, I have your tweet, Reef, don't worry. Pulling back your forces,
Okay.
but letting the bombs continue to fall is not a ceasefire. It's just a break for your soldiers. Let's not forget that we had a ceasefire 9 months ago, and we all know what happened there. Every time Israel agrees to a ceasefire, it goes on a massive killing spree, as though it must get as much killing in as possible at the last minute. It then decides that it didn't like the ceasefire terms and abandons it. Obviously, I have zero faith in Israel honoring this ceasefire agreement, but let's take a look at it anyway. The good piece of news is that there will be a prisoner swap. Hamas will release all remaining Israeli prisoners within 72 hours, and Israel will release about 2,000 Palestinian hostages. The bodies of the dead will be returned. While this is good, let's not forget Israel will still have around 7,000 to 8,000 Palestinian hostages when this swap is complete. Again, without charges in torture prisons. Israel, it seems, has the right to keep hostages. The Rafah crossing will finally open both ways, allowing in unrestricted humanitarian aid. But of course, the people still aren't allowed to leave with the right to return, but that's a whole other story. Israel's idea of unrestricted is different to everyone else's, but this aid will be coming through Egypt. Importantly, the ceasefire does not allow for the forced displacement of Palestinians, and it does allow for some Palestinians to return home, meaning that it is a major roadblock for the Greater Israel Project, more like a speed bump. This explains why Ben Gvir is so mad and why few believe that the ceasefire will last. It's all performative theater as far as I'm concerned, and kind of kicking the can down the road cruelly. That's how I see it, at least. The next phase of the ceasefire would involve the dismantlement of Hamas. However, Hamas would only agree to disarm if there was a cast iron guarantee of no return to war, which Israel wasn't willing to do. There is talk of a potential role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance of Gaza. But given that Tony Blair is meant to be taking over for the next 5 years, the situation is clear as mud. The fearless Palestinians have already begun returning north on foot, having walked across their country multiple times throughout this genocide. They will likely find their homes a rubble, and we found out that they did. And they will face the threat of undetonated explosives and dangerous conditions, but even this would be an upgrade on the hell that they've endured. Oh, man. Fuck Israel, man. Again, and the tweet that I'm talking about is right here, I believe. Ceasefire, and it was from Rafah originally, and re-quoted it. What usually happens in occupied Palestine is that Palestinians cease and Israel fires. Fuck Israel.
Yep.
From the mouth of Rafah. So that was Council of State. And then we've got, what's next? Mondo Weiss. Here's another one. The Israeli media is already reporting on a secret clause in the Gaza ceasefire deal that no one is talking about. And what do? They do it in Hebrew. This is like they're communicating amongst themselves, and then they homogenize it for the English, for the Westerners. It's disgraceful.
Right.
So Hebrew language Israeli media reports that there is a secret clause buried in the Gaza ceasefire agreement that would allow Israel to resume the war. You mean the massacre. Again, it's not a war when the other side isn't fighting back. Palestinians worry that this is pretext Netanyahu needs to get out of completing the deal. It's exactly what happened. And it's the same thing as when he had permission to not go to the second phase, and they said that when it first happened last time, and then they did exactly that. The ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas could collapse due to an alleged secret clause in the agreement that would allow Israel to resume the massacre, according to reports in the Arab and Hebrew language Israeli media. That so-called clause would reportedly be activated in the event that Hamas is unable to locate all the Israeli captives within the 72-hour window allotted to the Palestinian resistance group during the first part of the deal's implementation. So all they have to do is claim that one person has not been returned, and all this gets called off. On Friday, Al Jazeera's Palestine chief bureau, Walid al-Omari, pointed out on the network's live broadcast that the second article of the deal concerning the release of Israeli captives included a phrase in the Hebrew version about an undisclosed annex. According to al-Omari, if Hamas fails to release all captives, dead and alive, a quote-unquote secret clause in Appendix B would be activated. Now, word is, and I'm going to have this in a minute, but Al Jazeera in the West Bank got raided and shut down as a result, probably, of this report. Yeah. Israel's Canal TV was the first to report on the clause, which was subsequently covered by other Israeli media outlets. According to Canal, an unnamed source which had been exposed to the content of the secret clause said that it was jumbles of words. Israel's Channel 13 also reported that an Israeli court dismissed a petition to disclose the secret contents of the deal, citing security considerations. Sure. So they're just not allowed to tell us. Although the alleged clause implies punitive consequences on Hamas in the event of failing to meet the 72-hour deadline, Hamas official Osama Hamdan said in an interview hours after the deal was first announced that the time needed to find, gather, and release Israeli captives would depend on field conditions. Hamdan added that locating the captives might take longer. They're buried under rubble. They're in tunnels, who knows where. The entire communication system and infrastructure system has been decimated. It may take a little while. Of course, Donald Trump also admitted that finding the dead bodies of Israeli captives might take longer than anticipated, but that won't change the fact that they're going to call off the deal in 72 hours. Hamas has officially denied the existence of such a clause. A Hamas official told Al Jazeera that, quote, the reported rumors concerning the presence of secret clauses in the agreement to end the war in Gaza are completely untrue. I hope that's correct. It doesn't really even matter if they think it's true or not. If Israel believes it's true and says it, it's going to be. And if that's how they're going to act in accordance. The potential existence of such a secret clause has reinforced already existing Palestinian concerns that Benjamin Milikowski, war criminal, would seek to find a way to sabotage the deal, which of course he's going to. Already in March, Israel broke the first ceasefire after the release of all civilian Israeli captives in the first phase of the deal. So all civilians were already released. Now we're just talking about IDF captives who they've already started to set up the narrative were starved, right? Okay, because they didn't starve the rest of Gaza, but of course now the Hamas operatives are expected to give the Israeli captives the only food that they have and keep them fed and not starving while everyone else there starves? Huh?
Which I'm betting.
No, they're going to come back emaciated and starving if they're alive. All right. Yeah. Last July, Hamas accepted a proposed deal following talks through Egyptian and Qatari mediators, while Netanyahu completely ignored it as mediators waited for Israel's response. And allegedly, some mediators were killed. So some of the Qatari mediators or somebody was killed in Egypt yesterday. Israel's just murdering everyone. I'm going to accuse Israel. I don't know if it's come out yet, but I'm sure it will be. Moreover, the lack of any terms, additional terms, within the deal for the end of a war known as Trump's 20-point plan, has contributed to the spread of such reports in Arab media outlets. Issues related to disarmament, Gaza's post-war administration, and Israel's withdrawal have all been relegated until after the prisoner exchange, when they can pull back and say, you know what? That's it. We're going to go back to bombing. After they've already allowed the people to walk all the way back north. And they're going to bomb them again and make them run back to the south. Yes, Dissent in Bloom says, I feel like they do these ceasefires so people return to their homes, making them sitting ducks. It's like a sick game for them. I totally agree. If they have all intent to break the ceasefire, it's literally just forcing displaced, starving people to once again migrate north on the hope that they might be getting their homes back and then bomb them there. Or displace them again and tell them they have to go back south because they're going to take that land now too. Israeli media reported late on Thursday that talks ended over the names and numbers of Palestinian prisoners and detainees set to be released as part of the deal. Israel had reportedly vetoed the names of Fatah leader Marwan Barghouti, God, the Secretary General of the PFLP, Ahmad Sadat. Another Israeli veto was placed on the names of 14 out of 303 Palestinians serving life sentences because they're Palestinians who hold Israeli citizenship. The final list of agreed upon names still haven't been yet made public. Meanwhile, the Israeli army began its withdrawal from Gaza City and other parts of the Strip. The Israeli army would remain in control of 53% of the Strip, excluding urban areas. Yeah, like all the farmland, by the way. Yeah, meanwhile, Palestinians have started to return to Gaza City following the entry of the ceasefire into effect on Friday. This comes after almost a month of Israel's largest offensive yet on Gaza City, which included 3 army divisions and the detonation of hundreds of remotely controlled and outdated armored personnel carriers packed with explosives in civilian neighborhoods. Did you talk about that on INN News, or was it us that talked about that on this show? I don't even remember.
I think it was us.
But but they were sending like unmanned old decommissioned APCs into parts of the city,
right, and blowing
them, which would take out a building with it.
Yeah,
or
like
city
full
block.
of C4.
Yep.
You know?
Before the announcement of the ceasefire Thursday, Israel had pushed around 900,000 Palestinians out of Gaza City. Israel's war on Gaza, which they announced following Hamas's October 7th attack, has killed over 66,000. I'm not even going to use that number. Again, Kareem made a post that if you're still using that number, it does a disservice to the Palestinians. It's over 500,000 Palestinians. Again, a third of we know whom were children under 18. The war displaced almost 2 million Palestinians and destroyed both the health and education systems and infrastructure. The war has been recognized as a genocide by the United Nations. Again, it's not even a war because nobody has fought back, really, in any substance since October 7th or October 8th. And October 7th, in many ways, was allowed to happen, and we've seen multiple evidence. And check out The Dissident at the307.substack.com for more on that. Just a reminder, it's not a ceasefire, it's a paused genocide. Okay, and that is from the Free Julian Assange Facebook group, which is still active. So, pardon Julian Assange. All right. And fuck Israel. So, that's our fuck Israel segment for this week. I have hope for the Palestinian people, but I have no faith in the Israeli people to honor the agreement that they've now allegedly signed off on. And we will continue to call out all the nonsense and try to hold Trump administration feet to the fire on everything that they claim. And fight for these people because so few are. And bless the people that are fighting for them because you're on the right side of history. And I think you all know that. The majority of the world sides with the Palestinian people. Unfortunately, the leadership and the big money sides with Israel. Now, we are not going to be remonetized by YouTube for a segment like that. So if you're able to, and it means, please support this channel, support independent media. Those are the people who've already done so. The ways to do that are Cash App, $, Indie News Network. That comes right to my phone. We got ko-fi.com/Indie News Network, and that'll show up on screen. PayPal.me/Indie News Network as friends and family for no fees. IndieNewsNow.com is our self-hosted website where you can keep the news free there too. And then over at Substack where we are live, and we've got some people chatting over there. Good to see you all. Revolution continues. Donna Everett, thank you. IndieMediaToday.com over at Substack. And we're going to be live later at INNNewsletter.com for boats smashing into other boats for our React show. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. I love you all. We'll see you soon, fam.
Bye. Have a great time.
Hasta la vista, baby. I'll be back.
No! We just fucking lost the stream.
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe? Were you safe?
Who are these people?
I want to get into our weekly Fuck Israel segment, so I don't know if you did have time to edit the soundboard. I'm going to jump into the first part of Fuck Israel. Nice. Yeah. Fuck Israel. So we had the update that we did not want to see on Monday, I think it was. This was actually Thursday. But when we were here last week, Reef reported that, oh my goodness, it looks like he's on a list to get out. Dr. Hussam Abu Safia. We've been talking about this man all year long. That he worked at Kamal Adwan Hospital, and he was operating, and they literally ordered him out of the hospital, and he got into the tank to talk to the soldiers and has not been seen since, other than maybe a photo or two. But he's been in a torture prison for the last 10 months. And we were hoping that with the quote-unquote ceasefire, and I said it last week, until this man is free, it's bullshit. It's not really a ceasefire. They're holding on to over 100 doctors and medical personnel because they certainly don't want to unleash a wave of people who could actually rehabilitate the people that have been injured and hurt by bombs. They also are stopping aid from going back in now. They're claiming that Hamas violated the ceasefire, which is hilarious because they never did ceasefire. But I want to read this because this is important. The family of Dr. Hussam Abu Safia confirms that the Israeli court has extended his administrative detention for another 6 months, despite his name having been previously appearing on those discussed for release. The family expresses deep concern over his continued detention and reaffirms full trust in the legal team, don't know why, and all humanitarian efforts working toward his freedom. The family also calls on relevant institutions, human rights organizations, and the negotiating parties to actively address his case and work toward his immediate release, which we've been doing for a long time now. Free Dr. Abu Safia. And there's plenty of people posting graphics and hashtags and the like. So the first article I brought was a story called The Infuriating Case of Dr. Hussam Abu Safia from a publication called Palestine Will Be Free. Subscribe to them, support independent media. All right. On Thursday, an Israeli kangaroo court extended Dr. Hussam Abu Safia's detention in Israel's rape and torture dungeons. Yes, they're rape and torture dungeons. And there's a link there with documentation there for another 6 months. Kidnapped from his hospital on December 27, 2024, for not giving in to Israeli demands to shut it down and go home, Dr. Abu Safia has been languishing in the occupation's notorious hellholes ever since. At the time of Dr. Abu Safia's abduction from Kamal Adwan Hospital, the last one functioning in northern Gaza at the time, after a months-long Israeli attempt to ethnically cleanse the top half of the enclave as part of the ghastly General's Plan, he, along with several members of the hospital staff, including doctors, nurses, medical techs, patients, terrorists of the Israeli occupation forces, stripped them naked and sexually abused them. It took several days before the Israelis even acknowledged that they had indeed kidnapped Dr. Abu Safia, even though he was last seen walking into an Israeli tank and speaking to a Zionist soldier. That very famous shot. That and the one of him standing in the alley or across from the tank facing it. It wasn't until February that Dr. Abu Safia, the then acting director of Kamal Adwan Hospital, after the previous incumbent was also abducted in early 2024, was allowed legal counsel weeks, a full 47 days after his abduction. No right to a speedy trial there. The legal counsel revealed that the doctor was, quote, subjected to various forms of torture and inhuman and degrading treatment, unquote. Why? The next significant update on Dr. Abu Safia came only in July, when his lawyer revealed that he had lost 40% of his body weight and was not in good condition due to relentless physical abuse, as if losing 40% of your body weight wouldn't be enough to cause not good condition. Quote, Dr. Abu Safia is not okay. On July 14th, following her visit to the doctor's cell in Ophir prison, he's lost over 40 kilograms or 40 stone. 2 stone. 20 kilograms is stone. More than 1/3 of his body weight. Oh my God. At the time of his arrest, he weighed 100 kilograms. Today, he weighs no more than 60. Okay. Qassem recounted harrowing testimony of abuse. All right. He was severely beaten, according to one of his roommates. All right. That his room was specifically rated. He was brutally assaulted in the chest area, sustained severe bruises to the face, head, back, and neck. 30 minutes of beating him. He requested medical care, proper testing, and to be examined by a cardiologist, but of course his request was denied. He suffers from an irregular heartbeat. His glasses were broken, which of course he had just recently even gotten in the first place. He's still wearing winter clothes while enduring starvation, torture, solitary, and total deprivation, buried underground with no exposure to sunlight. Dr. Hussam Abu Safia, like all Palestinian detainees, is not okay. And let's not, overstate his case as opposed to the hundreds of others that are being held captive without trial, charge, or, it's crazy. And again, it's a systematic attack on the healthcare system, specifically so that they can't rehabilitate their wounded. In a petition, Amnesty International has called the doctor's detention part of Israel's systematic targeting of Palestinian health workers. Dr. Abu Safia's arrest and ongoing arbitrary detention without charges or trial based on the unlawful combatants law is a reflection of Israel's systematic targeting of Palestinian health workers and the decimation of the healthcare system in Gaza in order to inflict conditions of life calculated to bring about the physical destruction of Palestinians. That's called genocide. On the latest extension of his detention, nice rhyming word there, by the occupation's kangaroo courts, Issam Yunus, who is the director of Al-Mizan, a Gaza-based human rights organization, said that Dr. Abu Safia is being, quote, held as a hostage, unquote, which he is. Today's decision to extend Dr. Abu Safia's detention is completely baseless and further confirms that he is being held as a hostage. Still not charged with any crime. The doctor keeps asking the Israelis why he's being incarcerated. Quote, he's never been charged, was initially denied access to legal counsel, has endured inhumane treatment ever since his abduction, including torture and starvation, which has taken a serious toll on his physical well-being. Man, he sounds like Julian Assange.
Yep.
Dr. Abu Safia was not allowed to attend in person, but our lawyer said that he was clearly desperate to be released. When he was given the chance to speak, he repeated that he's done nothing wrong and asked the court why he's been detained in the first place. Just to remind people, Palestine Will Be Free wrote an article back in July about how Israel is routinely raping Palestinians in its torture dungeons with receipts. A journalist who was abducted from Tulkarem in West Bank last year has revealed the horrific abuse, including degrading assaults with hard objects amounting to rape and sexual torture, to which Palestinians in Israeli torture dungeons have been routinely subjected to, especially after October 7th. But again, it didn't start October 7th there either. Back to the doctor. Even before his incarceration, Dr. Abu Safia endured Herculean burdens, both personal and professional, as the steward of northern Gaza's last functioning hospital. In a bid to shut it down, the Israelis besieged Kamal Adwan Hospital for nearly 3 months, dropping bombs on it from drones and wheeled robots, and positioned snipers to shoot anyone entering or leaving the hospital. The indiscriminate bombings in the vicinity of the hospital led to the martyrdom of his son Ibrahim. The 20-year-old had wished to follow in his father's footsteps and study medicine, but the Israelis can't allow for any Palestinian doctors. The 20-year-old wished to follow, like I said. His life was cut short. Ibrahim was buried hastily near the hospital. A tearful Abu Safia led the funeral prayers for his young son. Wow.
Allahu Akbar. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Dr. Abu Safia himself was injured in one of dozens of attacks in the hospital, sending messages from a hospital bed while grimacing in pain. But the determined doctor never gave in to the demands of the genocide heirs, fulfilling his humanitarian duties while recovering from his own injuries. Just a remarkable individual. That's why they're torturing him. Issuing daily updates on the state of the besieged hospital via his Instagram account, the doctor filmed Israeli drones dropping bombs directly on the hospital and in its vicinity. He captured footage of automated vehicles dropping bombs inside the hospital and made fervent pleas for help when the Israelis bombed the hospital's generators, which powered the oxygen tanks one night.
Yep.
Someone over on Substack saying they're using dogs. And yes, I didn't bring that story, but yes, allegedly they were using dogs to rape the humans, which is so disgusting. 10 months after his abduction, the Israelis have provided no legal basis for Dr. Abu Safia's continued incarceration. It's because they don't have one. It's also because they don't need to. Israeli impunity has no parallel in history. The occupation forces accused him of being a terrorist and holding a rank in Hamas, but they labeled his hospital a Hamas terrorist stronghold. But to this day, they have not been able to produce a single shred of evidence for their egregious accusations. An honorable civilian, Dr. Abu Safia, has no business being in prison. He should have long been released. And I will say that, I know Eva Bartlett, friend of the show, also personally knows Dr. Abu Safia, and everyone that served alongside him says the same thing about this guy. However, the Israelis refused to release him in the prisoner exchanges, quote unquote, earlier this year, and have insisted upon keeping him behind bars even during the ongoing exchange. He has no ties to the resistance. Dr. Abu Safia's record is public. International humanitarian organizations and numerous doctors like Yipeng Ji have called for his immediate release, but the Israelis remain adamant. I remember we covered the campaign where everyone was holding up the signs, the free Dr. Abu Safia. I think that was in January or February.
Right.
This is an utter moral outrage. This is yet another message from the Israelis that resistance, even in the form of medical care for the victims of their barbarism, is a punishable crime by torture. The only acceptable Palestinians are those who either leave or die. Everyone else is a quote-unquote terrorist. Dr. Abu Safia's continued imprisonment is a deliberate act of terror by the Jewish supremacists in Tel Aviv, who want nothing but complete submission and utter annihilation of the Palestinians. And again, that's under the classification of genocide. Dr. Abu Safia's crime is refusing to abandon the sick and dying, to uphold his Hippocratic oath as a doctor under fire, to remain human in a sea of barbarism. In abusing him, Israelis seek vengeance against a man who bore witness, who refused to look away, who refused to leave or die. The world must not look away either, and we're not. We must bear witness to the gut-wrenching barbarism inflicted on Dr. Abu Safia and many others, and do everything within our power to help free him and all of them. His predicament is a mirror reflecting the moral rot we're sliding deeper into with each passing day of unchecked Israeli impunity. And again, sadly, as they said that their paid subscriptions have dried up, but this was an outstanding article recapping the story and speaking on behalf of the good doctor, and much appreciated this publication and this article. So thank you, and free Dr. Hussam Abu Safia right now. Fuck Israel. Free him right fucking now. Like, more war crimes, like I said. And that's what this segment is war, Israel's war crimes this week. Because every week they fucking do this. But this was like they dangled the carrot in front of everyone and got everyone's hopes up that maybe. But like we said last week, his name was on a list, but that was, I think, a list that was submitted by the Palestinians on who they wanted. I don't believe it was ever put on a list by Israel that they had ever intended to give him back. And fuck Israel for that. Because, again, they're just torturing him just to torture him. But we got a lot more fuck Israel.
Yep.
Because a lot happened this week. So, this is a publication I am a fan of called Israel-Palestine News. I wish they didn't show stuff from Ryan Grimm because he sucks. But, and the whole Drop Site News organization is a problem for me. But, they do a daily recap that I thought was excellent, and I'm going to bring a couple of them today. This one was from last Tuesday, the 14th. All right. And it has a very long, extensive list of links and sites and receipts to check out. And it's very much like I remember I was growing up an ESPN fan, and ESPN.com was one of my favorite websites to read and read columnists from. A guy by the name of Buster Olney wrote a Sunday column that had just like kind of odds and ends. It was almost like Caitlin Johnstone notes from the edge of the narrative matrix with just different links. It may be somewhat connected, but also disconnected and just rando stuff. So this one, of course, is Palestinian hostages released into devastation and heartbreak. This was day 5 of the quote-unquote ceasefire. Middle East Eye documenting a freed prisoner who learned that his family were killed just weeks before his release and documenting his pain. All right. Day 738 of Israel's latest war on Gaza from ifamericans.knew.com. Civil defense workers and loved ones continue to dig out bodies of Palestinians that were buried under the rubble during the war. The number of known starvation or malnutrition deaths stands at 463, including 157 children. Note, only the dead who are brought to the hospitals are even included in the official fatality count. And at this point, most of the dead being recorded have been recovered from under rubble. Others have succumbed to earlier injuries. Here's a scene of a father and child walking past destroyed homes in Sabra. All right, here was a story about Israel killing 7 Palestinians Tuesday in violation of the ceasefire. Again, every ceasefire is Palestinians cease and Israeli fires. If Americans knew, refers, right? Hostage exchange news that If Americans Knew refers to the imprisoned Palestinians as hostages instead of prisoners for several reasons. They're being held by the Israeli military court system, which human rights groups have characterized as part of an apartheid system. So they hedge that they're all captives, they're all hostages. And they confess under torture that 99.6% of cases end in conviction. It's not really a fair trial. It's a foregone conclusion. Many Palestinians and supporters
it's a kangaroo court.
Yes, they consider the imprisoned to be political prisoners or hostages because they view their arrest as a tool to enforce Israel's occupation and suppress resistance. So we do have that Israel did free nearly 2,000 Palestinian hostages under the Gaza ceasefire deal. And there were a ton of joyous reunions and videos of people who had been imprisoned for years or decades.
And told all other family members were killed.
Yes.
That kind of stuff.
Right. That's the guy who was told that his family was killed. All right. Right. If you show any support for a terrorist group. Yeah. Israeli drones flew over a gathering of Palestinians in the West Bank as they awaited the arrival of the released hostages, dropping leaflets that read, "We are watching you everywhere. If you show any support for a terrorist group, you will expose yourself to arrest and punishment." Wow. Big Brother is always watching. Right? Of course, the released Palestinians showed signs of starvation and beatings. Most of the Palestinian men released in the West Bank looked to be in bad shape. Their cheekbones jutted out, some bearing the marks of recent beatings, a few unable to walk on their own without being propped up by their relatives. Israel forbade people from celebrating the release on Monday, firing tear gas at family members and journalists waiting near Ophir prison. A flyer distributed by the Israeli military warned again, we're surveilling you everywhere. No Palestinian flags were allowed to be raised, because we've covered that before. I know Reef and Colin covered that Palestinian flags are outlawed in Israel. It's against the law.
Yep.
Before Monday's release, over 11,000 Palestinians were held in Israeli prisons, according to statistics from the Israeli NGO Hamoked in October 2025. At least 3,500 of those are held in administrative detention without trial. But let's keep sending them billions of dollars. An Israeli military database has indicated that only a quarter of those detained in Gaza were even classified as fighters. Once a Palestinian captive is released, that's it, right? Well, no. Israel tends to rearrest Palestinians shortly after they're freed in captive swaps. This is another little dirty secret that they don't talk about. Just after October 7th, in November of 2023, Israel released 240 Palestinian hostages in a swap for Israeli captives held by Hamas in Gaza as part of a temporary ceasefire deal. Weeks later, Israel rearrested 30 of those 240. We have the freed Israeli hostage saying that food ran low when, of course, aid was blocked, but that they were feeding him well, including giving him chicken, feeding him with their own food. The Israelis certainly aren't doing that.
No.
All right, there's a couple of pictures of Palestinians being released. All right, then, again, they recap Gaza news and headlines. And look at that photo. God almighty. Again, Sabra. Good luck trying to find a place to stay there. No electricity, no running water, no heavy equipment and machinery, and nothing but devastation and destruction all around. There's not a safe structure you can stay in there. If you don't have a tent, where do you sleep?
Right.
That photo was from October 12th, after the ceasefire agreement. God. U.S. military contractors say that they're not finished feeding Gaza amid ongoing uncertainty about the future of a controversial Israel-approved aid distribution scheme. On Monday, one of its lead contractors, UG Solutions, said it will keep working in the region. So they pulled the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, but the people behind it, they're staying. Despite pushback from the Palestinian political parties, I don't even know who they are, and the international aid community, critics said, of course, that in addition to violating humanitarian principles by deployed armed guards, the GHF served as a tool of Israeli policy by forcing Palestinians to make miles-long treks to southern Gaza, during which thousands were shot and others starved to death. Palestinians actually speaking to the AP on Sunday said that at least 3 GHF aid sites had been abandoned as a condition of the ceasefire and hostage handover between Israel and Hamas. In a statement to the propaganda outlet, however, the foundation cast the closure of the sites as a temporary pause. Remember, we covered that last Sunday, that the Israeli newspapers were even reporting that this was not a permanent, anywhere close to a permanent ceasefire,
right,
and that it was a temporary condition. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said that they're not finished destroying Gaza, because you can see that they have left some buildings half standing, I guess. And here's a reminder that Hamas did not surrender in this latest ceasefire, quote unquote, whatever deal you want to call this. The Palestinian resistance didn't surrender and didn't agree to disarmament or demilitarization. All right, quote, a nuclear-armed serial killer masquerading as a nation state with the full backing of the United States has failed to impose a surrender on Palestinians wearing Adidas flip-flops, tracksuits, and operating with largely domestically manufactured weapons, said a CIA asset founder of Drop Site News. Brief analysis of Trump's Monday statements. Okay, we've got that broken down. Again, there's just so much stuff chock full of these articles, and they go on and on and on. And this is what I find most interesting. They recap, here's what Israelis are reading. And they go to the Israeli newspapers and the Israeli TV, and they tell us what they're saying to their own population. Because very often, what they tell us in the United States and the UK and Canada is a very watered-down version. Because it can't make them seem that they are as barbaric, genocidal, and maniacal as they actually are. But they are. Yeah. Sorry. And then there's, of course, also what we predicted and what Mondo Weiss predicted last week, which was how Israel was going to claim that Hamas was the violator of the ceasefire, which was that the 24 slain hostages still left behind, they haven't been able to deliver them quickly enough because they're buried under rubble. Okay, the scenario Israel had long prepared for has come to pass. Hamas violated the agreement from the very start, announcing the return of only 4 deceased hostages out of the 28 it holds in the Gaza Strip. All right. The breach had become known. Intensive efforts have been underway at every level to compel the terror group to fulfill its commitments. You mean the resistance group that's legal and under UN Geneva Convention decree? Armed resistance, when people are occupied, resistance is justified. Again, in reality, Hamas had indicated from the beginning of the ceasefire that they didn't sign of the possibility that not all the remains of the hostages would be located by their arbitrary deadline. At the same time, Israel violated the ceasefire by killing at least 7 Palestinians in Gaza, while 154 of the promised Palestinian hostages were not released back into their homelands, but were exiled. So just some of the headlines from Israeli media. This is the propaganda that they are subjected to. And it's important to understand how propagandized they are. The Red Cross, returning Israeli hostages' bodies will take time. Some may never be found. The IDF officials are saying that they're recommending the Rafah crossing staying shut until the 24 bodies are returned. Trump earns fresh comparisons to Cyrus the Great as the last living hostages return home. Their narrative is insane. All right. And then, of course, after 2 years of dodging deals, Netanyahu allies claim that he had a plan all along. Which was to get Trump to claim ownership of it. Stories about the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem, and just how Israel is destroying that part of the country. Every day they have an article this in-depth. Again, this was just from October 14th. 1 day's worth. Israeli soldiers torched food, homes, and a critical sewage treatment plant in the wake of the ceasefire agreement. Because, of course they did.
Have been doing more since then. So,
all right. Here are the official statistics, right? The 68,921 killed and 180,000 injured. Likely it's 10 times that. More than 20,000 children and 23,000 women of that 67,000. Again, the Gaza Health Ministry has been destroyed, so therefore they can't maintain accurate records and counts. Every baby that's born is born right now with no birth certificate and no count, There's no way they could accurately count how many people there are there. Right? At least 80,000 Palestinians and 3,000 Israelis have been killed by someone from the other side since 2000, according to this. And oh, look at that disproportionate number. Even with the 1,300 Israelis that were killed with it throughout 2023, they killed 22,000 Palestinians and another 24,000 and another 22,000. That's the official number, the one on that they can find records of the people that were counted. But I read a tweet today by Mossab Abu Toha, who was literally documenting family trees of people that Israel was wiping out in real time.
Yeah.
So here was the one from yesterday. Israel massacres family of 11 in Gaza. Ceasefire day 8. All right, in spite of the ceasefire. 29 martyrs arrived at Gaza Strip hospitals over the past 48 hours. In addition, 11 martyrs are under the rubble in the Abu Shaban massacre and have yet to be recovered. Therefore, they were not included in these statistics. Since the ceasefire went into effect on October 11th, now at least 27 Palestinians have been killed by Israeli attacks and 143 have been wounded. And again, every day, Gaza News and headlines, and they have sections. Israel implementing a shoot-on-sight policy at Gaza yellow line. All right, that's more than half of Gaza already. So cross that line, you'll be shot on sight. The line would now be marked on the ground with the aim of warning Hamas militants and Gaza residents, at least they're acknowledging that there are Gaza residents, that breaches or attempts to cross the line will be met with gunfire. They're used to that. But it ain't just breaches across the line, of course. World Food Program said that 9 bakeries are currently operational in all of Gaza to serve 1.5 million remaining people, producing over 100,000 bundles of bread daily, each weighing 2 kilograms and feeding a family of 5 for a day. Around 500,000 people out of Gaza's total population of over 2 million. Well, that's what we expect it was, but we don't know. World Food Program, again run by CIA agent Chef Jose Andres, hopes to increase the number of bakeries to 30 across Gaza. Remember, this is all being run basically by CIA. You have UNRWA calling for shelter supplies to be allowed into Gaza. Again, no tents are there, no blankets. They can't stay warm and they can't stay dry. UNRWA has what's needed, sitting just a few hours away, and has the teams and infrastructure to distribute it. Israeli soldiers reveal thousands of tons of aid buried and burned in Gaza as famine took over the strip. And of course, blaming Hamas for causing the famine. There's a line of trucks that was from August 6th at the Rafah crossing. But tell me how they're not blocking the aid trucks, right? You have the Palestinian factions that continue to search for bodies of Israeli captives in Gaza because they have to deliver them. The footage showed only limited excavation work due to the lack of resources. Of course, they don't have any trucks. They don't have any heavy equipment to dig through rubble. Israel, of course, is not cooperating in the search for captive remains. What a shock. The Israeli government holding its ground, accusing Hamas of knowing where the captives' bodies are or refusing or procrastinating in retrieving those bodies. And that fuels the anger and the pressure domestically. But on the other hand, everyone knew that this was going to be a difficult task. In fact, when Israeli soldiers were detonating tons of explosives to level entire neighborhoods and communities, there were warnings that this was going to complicate the search for the bodies of Israeli captives, and that's exactly what you see. Now, Most importantly, Israel is not cooperating with countries that are lending to help to possibly look for those remains. Why wouldn't they want to help recover their own bodies? Turkey, for example, was ready to send 81 experts in the retrieval of bodies, and Israel, of course, has not allowed them to enter. How convenient. It also... whatever that is. Oh, that's this down here. It also has not allowed Turkey to provide equipment, I heard that could possibly facilitate that. Israel gave Hamas a deadline until next Tuesday to hand over all the bodies. Where are the bodies, Garth? All right, despite reports of understanding on both the Israeli and American sides that the search for bodies could take weeks or even months, and that some may never be recovered. So again, more footage of Palestinians returning to their homes. This was on October 10th in Gaza City. 80% of all the buildings are destroyed. And the ones that are left standing are severely damaged and need to be condemned. Gaza authorities accuse Israel of stealing organs from released Palestinian bodies. This is alleged, but we're being told that they're literally returning bodies packed with cotton. Many corpses were missing, including eyes, corneas, and other organs. Palestinian official urged the international community and human rights organizations to investigate and hold Israel accountable, but of course we know they won't. And this was happening before October 7th. Look up Israel harvesting Palestinian organs. This is not a new thing. Go start over on Rumble. 2.2 million started, 1.5 million remaining. That means 700,000 dead. And yes, that is awful, Descent in Blue. I'm sorry to have to go through all this, but this is reality, and this is the kind of stuff that, like I say in the trailer, in the teaser, this is what corporate media won't show. What they don't want people to see. But we have to see it. All right. Israeli forces shoot and abduct 2 Palestinians near Ramallah. They abduct 5 in Nablus and Hebron and injure others in Bethlehem. Again, remember, there's no Hamas there. This is the West Bank. ICC rejects the Israel appeal bid over the arrest warrants. Good. Right? And so, again, you just go through this on a daily basis and you shake your head. Here's what Israeli media is telling their people today, that Witkoff and Kushner on Israel's strike in Qatar, Trump felt like the Israelis were getting a little bit out of control. A little bit.
A little bit.
Fuck Israel.
A little bit out of control. It's like they didn't get their cookie and nap, so they're having a tantrum.
Okay, this one's incredible. The State Department says the United States has informed the guarantor nations of the Gaza peace agreement of the credible reports indicating an imminent ceasefire violation by Hamas against the people of Gaza. This planned attack against Palestinian civilians would constitute a direct and grave violation of the ceasefire agreement that they never agreed to, and undermine the significant progress achieved through mediation efforts that they weren't invited to participate in. The guarantors demand Hamas.
How many of you kids in the chat know that they didn't sign this agreement? They didn't do that.
The guarantors demand Hamas uphold its obligations under the ceasefire terms by decree. Should Hamas proceed with this attack, measures will be taken to protect the people of Gaza and preserve the integrity of the ceasefire. So now, Israel is protecting the people of Gaza from Hamas? The United States and other guarantors remain resolute in our commitment to ensuring the safety of civilians. Palestinian civilians, they won't even say maintaining calm on the ground and advancing peace and prosperity for the people of Gaza and the region as a whole. War is peace. Professor Saeed Mohammed Marandi, the genocidal U.S. and Zionist regimes want more blood. Middle East Observer, USA, measures will be taken to protect the people of Gaza. Lol. So they're restarting the war under the pretext of protecting Gaza now? By the way, war is restarting, but not the genocidal war. It'll be like in Lebanon. War to prevent reconstruction, and war on the resistance fighters and their families. Much less pressure and killing, but war nonetheless. Fuck Israel. But we've got more. Remember how Israelis claim that that Palestinians use civilians as human shields? Here's one.
Yep.
A video of Israeli settlers using a baby to block a truckload of humanitarian aid to go to Gaza.
Jesus Christ.
This is real.
חטופים חללים עדיין שם. אין שום סיבה בעולם שאנחנו נעביר סיוע לחמאס.
They're saying prayers.
אין סיבה. אם חמאס מפר את ההסכם, אנחנו לא צריכים לקיים אותו.
They're just keeping the baby there.
אנחנו לא צריכים לחזק את חמאס. אנחנו לא צריכים לקחת בזה חלק. שום סיוע לא צריך לעבור עד שכל אחינו ישובו לקבורה.
They're willing to put their children in harm's way, potentially.
זה שקר. זה שקר שהם לא יודעים איפה הגופה של הדר גולדין, וזה שקר
And look at how many trucks are lined up there.
חטופים
Disgusting. Fuck Israel. And fuck the Israeli civilians that support this. Okay. Now this one, if you got a weak stomach, I totally understand you might want to get a cup of coffee, because this is going to be a few minutes and it's going to get really graphic, and I'm sorry. But this, again, needs to be seen. Indie Media Award honoree Richard Medhurst brought this tweet with photos. I don't know if we're live, where we're live. I know we're live on YouTube and on Substack, probably on Rumble. Thank you for everyone who's sticking with us through these challenges. But Richard Medhurst brings this tweet. Israel tortured and mutilated these Palestinians so badly that their bodies are unrecognizable. A public appeal has been set up in Gaza, showing photos of some of the remains on a screen in the hopes of some people can identify them or recognize missing family members. So here's a picture of one of those remains on screen with people sitting around, standing from a picture from the front of the stage, looking at the crowd of people identifying the remains. This is real. This happened. And now I'm going to show you one of the most horrific pictures that I think I've ever seen. I'm sorry, but I have to. Run over by a tank. Notice the track marks. Notice that he's bound on the neck. Notice that his hands are tied behind his back, zip tied, and that he's naked. This is what Israel does. This is barbaric. This is disgusting. And this isn't the only one. Okay. So I'm surprised Twitter's even allowed that up as long as they have. I'm sorry, but we had to, because fuck Israel. They did that. Here's another one. I'm Kathy, Manufacturing Dissent. We've talked about her before. We've covered some of her posts and videos. She says, I'm just speechless. I don't know how Palestinians are able to endure so much grief and pain. This was, I believe, his family. His neck showed marks of hanging. His legs were crushed by tank tracks. The family of martyred Palestinian hostage Mahmoud Ismail Shabbat, 34 years old, from northern Gaza, identified his body after it was held by the Israeli occupation for nearly 2 years. His body bore clear signs of torture. His hands and feet were tied, his face disfigured, and bullet wounds scattered across his body. His family recognized him by the scar left from a previous head surgery. Where is the world? His mother cried. Our hostages returned, tortured, and broken, while theirs are received with food and water and respect.
إصابات طقش في الوجه جرح الرجلين من الجنازير اللي مكلبشات إصابة في الراس عازمينه زي عادم من حبل على رقبته.
أنا جيت أتأكد لأنه في عملية في راسه. عنده عملية هنا في عملية هيك حد على راسه دانه اليمين. تعرفت عليه وعرفت خطه. ملبس من هذا ما راح نحط عليه حبل أصلي. وبعدين هاي ما بتلبس ومطبوخ طخ.
Handcuffed and shot.
عريان
ليش هيك؟ أما هم أسراهم بخدوهم معززين مكرمين ولابسين
well dressed, fed, given something to drink. They give the Israeli captives their own food that they are being starved from.
Yeah.
And then there's this story. Holy shit. You notice that this guy has no eyes.
Yep.
I was brutally tortured inside Israeli jails. They electrocuted my eyes so that I lost them. How is this not the lead story on every news broadcast around the world? 28-year-old Mahmoud Abu Faoul lost both his eyesight and leg to Israeli brutality. His leg was amputated after a 2015 airstrike, and he later went blind from severe torture and electric shocks in prison after being abducted from Kamal Adwan Hospital last year, as Dr. Abu Safia was stationed at. After 8 months of unimaginable suffering, he was released blind, homeless, and living in a tent. All he asks now is the chance to travel abroad for treatment, wishing he could see his family again, even with one eye. Just disgraceful.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think this is what you... And then on top of it, there was this video, I thought I had it, that you had sent me.
It's right underneath it should be.
Is it? Oh, there it is. Okay. For those questioning his story, here's his own voice. Now, what had happened was Israel decided to have a little game and use AI to put eyes on this cat and say that Pallywood was lying about this whole story and that he actually was never tortured and has eyes and can see just fine. You're being misled and lied to. So Gaza Notifications puts up a video. For those questioning Mahmoud's story, here's his own voice. In this video, Mahmoud Abu Faoul recounts how he lost his eyesight under severe torture and electric shocks inside Israeli prisons. These are not claims, they're lived realities of countless Palestinians enduring systematic abuse. Denying survivors' testimonies doesn't erase their pain, it only exposes the cruelty of those who try to silence them. So we got to give this guy a minute and change.
بعديها لو فقدت بصري بعد تقريبا ساعتين صارت لي معي صار ان عيوني يدخلوا في بعض. انا الاسير المحرر محمود ابو فول من شمال غزه تعرضت للتعذيب اكثر من مره. ظروف كانت صعبه جدا علي من ناحيه انه انا بدي مثلا حد يعيني اوصل حالي على
Get to the bathroom is a challenge. This incident was very difficult for me. I would imagine so, yeah. It's an outrage.
لكن للأسف الإشي طوّل. بوجه رسالة وناشد العالم أجمع توقف إلى جانبنا. جانب كل أسير فلسطيني وكل جريح فلسطيني بيعاني. لأنه الآن في غزة لم يتوفر علاج لنا بالمرة. لزقات عينين إحنا هاي اليوم.
Even dressings for my eyes are extremely difficult to find.
كل شيء معوض.
By design, by Israel's design.
ما يفقدوا من أعضاء جسد. نفسي وأمنية حياتي.
I wish in life to be able to see that's all around me, especially my parents, who was afraid I would be missing. Awful. Awful. Just... Go ahead. Stand by that. Justify murdering people and blinding people. Fuck Israel. And fuck anyone that supports that shit. Sorry, that was an exceptionally long fuck Israel segment, but again, we got to do this every week because they keep doing this and it needs to be documented. And so few people are getting into the weeds to cover because they're doing so many different things that it's so hard to cover it all. So thank you for sticking with us. I apologize that it's so brutal, but that's their fault, not mine. I'm just showing their brutality. But if you're able to in a means, please support independent media like this that does show you the stories that corporate media won't show you. Cash App, $, Indie News Network. co-fi.com/Indie News Network. PayPal.me/Indie News Network. At IndieNewsNow.com, that's our self-hosted website. Over at INNNewsletter.com, we'll be live there in about an hour. And at IndieMediaToday.com, where we've been live right now. Thank you over on Substack, everyone, for sticking with us as my internet keeps going down and this stream keeps dropping and then picking back up immediately afterwards. So if you see another hesitation, another pause, just stick with us. It picks back up. If it doesn't, we're recording and all the clips will be up this week at IndieMediaToday.com and at the INN YouTube. All right. Jacqueline Jack, does the Geneva Convention, as useless as it is, apply to armed personnel only? What protections do civilians have? Yes, they're absolutely protected under that, but Israel is ignoring the Geneva Convention.
Yeah, but they don't do shit. Yeah.
More war crimes that go
and the
without
fucking
justice.
Hague ain't doing nothing. Hague's already called it a genocide. Hasn't actually done anything about it.
Go start. Fuck Israel.
So
support independent media because we need it more than ever. We'll see you next week. Love you, fam. Thanks, everyone.
Hasta la vista, baby. I'll be back.
No! We just fucking lost the stream!
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe? Were you safe?
Who are these people?
We're going to get into the Trump Miriam Adelson story first because I thought that would be a little bit lighter and a little more fun to get into. And I decided to go with one of our friends, quote unquote, but an Indie Media Award honoree, Caitlin Johnstone, because this really requires like the level of whatever however she writes and the tone she writes in, you know, this scorn and dismissiveness and contempt that she has. I love this article. Trump keeps admitting that he's bought and owned by the world's richest Israeli. Right? And I'm going to let Tim do the honors here because he does it better than I can.
Trump keeps admitting that he's bought and owned by the world's richest Israeli. It's bizarre how little mainstream attention is given to the fact that the President of the United States has repeatedly confessed to being bought and owned by the world's richest Israeli, especially given how intensely fixated his political opposition was on the possibility that he was compromised by a foreign government during his first term. During a speech before the Israeli parliament on Monday, President Trump once again publicly admitted that he has implemented Israel-friendly policies at the behest of Israeli-American billionaire Miriam Adelson and her late husband Sheldon, this time adding that he believes Adelson favors Israel over the United States. Here's a transcript of Trump's remarks. As president, I terminated the disastrous Iran nuclear deal, and ultimately I terminated Iran's nuclear program with things called B-2 bombers. It was swift and it was accurate and it was a military beauty. I authorized the spending of billions of dollars, which went to Israel's defense, as you know. And after years of broken promises from many other American presidents, you know that they kept promising, I never understood it until I got there. There was a lot of pressure put on these presidents. It was put on me too, but I didn't yield to the pressure. But every president for decades said, we're going to do it. The difference is I kept my promise and officially recognized the capital of Israel and moved the American embassy to Jerusalem. Isn't that right, Miriam? Look at Miriam. She's back there. Stand up. Miriam and Sheldon Adelson would come into the office and call me. They'd call me. I think they had more trips to the White House than anybody else, I guess. Look at her sitting there so innocently. Got $60 billion in the bank. $60 billion. And she loves, I think she said, no more. She loves Israel, but she loves it. And they would come in, and her husband was a very aggressive man, but I loved him. He was very aggressive, very supportive of me, and he'd call up, can I come over and see you? And I'd say, Sheldon, I'm the President of the United States. It doesn't work that way. He'd come in. But they were very responsible for so much, including getting me thinking about Golan Heights, which is probably one of the greatest things that ever happened. Miriam, stand up, please. She really is. I mean, she loves this country. She loves this country. Her and her husband are so incredible. We miss him so dearly. But I actually asked her, I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once. I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say. We love you. Thank you, darling, for being here. That's a great honor. Great honor. She's a wonderful woman. She's a great woman. End quote. Sheldon Adelson reportedly gave Trump and the Republicans over $424 million in campaign funding from 2016 up until his death in 2021. His widow, Miriam, continued her husband's legacy and poured a further $100 million into Trump's 2024 presidential campaign. On the 2024 campaign trail, Trump also admitted to being controlled by Adelson cash. Here's a transcript of those remarks. Just as I promised, I recognized Israel's eternal capital and opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. Jerusalem became the capital. I also recognized Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights. You know, Miriam and Sheldon would come into the White House probably almost more than anybody outside of people who worked there. And they were always after, as soon as I'd give them something, always
Which
for
is
Israel.
wild to
as
admit.
soon as I'd give them something, they'd want something else. I'd say, give me a couple of weeks, will you please? But I gave them the Golan Heights. They never even asked for it. You know, for 72 years they've been trying to do the Golan Heights, right? And even Sheldon didn't have the nerve. But I said, you know what? I said to David Friedman, give me a quick lesson, like 5 minutes or less on the Golan Heights. And he did. And I said, let's do it. We got it done in about 15 minutes, right? End quote. Legitimizing Israel's illegal annexation of the Golan Heights and moving the U.S. Embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem were two of the most controversial moves Trump made in Israel's favor during his first term, which have now been eclipsed by his backing the genocide in Gaza and his bombings of Iran and Yemen. And here he is, openly admitting that his billionaire Zionist mega-donors have been using the access their donations bought them to push him to take drastic action in favor of Israel. Just imagine for a second if someone had leaked documents to the press proving that Trump had received extensive financial backing from a Russian oligarch to whom he doled out political favors of immense geopolitical consequence. It would be the biggest scandal in the history of American politics, bar none. But because it's an Israeli oligarch, he can admit it openly and repeatedly without anyone backing an eye. During Trump's first term, his political rivals spent years pushing a bogus conspiracy theory that he was controlled by Vladimir Putin, despite his having spent that entire term aggressively ramping up Cold War hostilities against Russia. Entire political punditry careers were birthed trying to create a scandal out of a narrative that could be plainly seen as false just by looking at the movements of the U.S. war machine and Washington's actions against Moscow. But here's Trump openly admitting to bending over backwards to give an Israeli oligarch whatever she wants, because she gave his campaign huge sums of money, while pouring weapons into Israel to facilitate its mass atrocities and engaging in acts of war on Israel's behalf. And it barely makes a blip in mainstream Western politics or media. This is because mainstream Western politics and media understand that we are living in an unofficial oligarchic empire to which both the US and Israel belong. They never acknowledge it, they never talk about it, but all high-level politicians, pundits, and operatives in the Western world understand that they serve a globe-spanning power structure run by a loose alliance of plutocrats and empire managers. They understand that states like Israel are a part of said power structure, while states like Russia, China, and Iran are not. So they spend their time normalizing the corruption and abuses of imperial member states, while facilitating the empire's efforts to attack and undermine the states that have successfully resisted being absorbed into the imperial power umbrella. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The only thing I like about Donald Trump is his infantile tendency to say the quiet part out loud.
Right.
He advances the same kinds of abuses as his predecessors, who were no less corrupt and controlled, but he exposes the underlying mechanics of those abuses in ways that more refined presidents never would.
She's eloquent. I mean, it's just brilliant, you know, and that speech is wow. How many times are you going to admit that you're controlled by Israel and by Israel's biggest donor and supporter? And then he'll go off and do a speech about Bill Ackman. Here's another one where he's praising Dallas Mavericks owner. Don't forget that they orchestrated it so that she could buy an NBA team. And the plan is to move the Mavericks from Dallas to Vegas, because that's where
Golan Heights.
That's where her headquarters is. But it's really funny because she used to own casinos. You know, they own Las Vegas Sands, LVS. But they knocked the Sands Casino down. I looked into their organization a long time ago. Miriam doesn't own any hotels in the United States anymore. She owns them in like Macau and Singapore. And that's where most of their money is coming from. All right. But they have a U.S. headquarters because allegedly they are connected to another organization that runs out of Israel. You know, I'm not going to exactly say which one. I'm sure you can guess. It begins with an M and it ends with a D. Or there's a separate third-party independent organization that they run that had connections to the Julian Assange case, believe it or not. They also potentially have had connections to the spy flights that have gone over Gaza, because there was a Las Vegas company, like a weird charter company that rented planes. Interesting that that's where they're from. There's a lot of intersections that it's helpful for them to be in Vegas. Anyway, I digress. Right. So that reminder that they bought the Dallas Mavericks from Mark Cuban. It was weird how the whole sale went down and how they instantly shuffled off the best player to Los Angeles to the Lakers, and it hurt their team immensely. It also hurt the Lakers this year, but that was Luka Doncic. Sports, yes. So, showing Michael Tracy tweets, that's a foul. Sorry, Caitlin. But yes,
fuck you on that, Kate.
I love this. Trump says, "I'm bought and owned by Miriam Adelson, the world's richest Israeli," and Democrats go, "Trump is a Putin puppet." Trump, "I do whatever she says." Democrats, "A Russian secret agent." Trump, "I'm controlled by the Israelis." Democrats, "He's suspiciously close with many dictators, actually." Trump, I gave Miriam a foot rub last night. I don't feel good about it. Democrats, ooh, you know what would make him mad and hurt him politically? If we play along with those conspiracy theories about him and Jeffrey Epstein. Trump, I'm going to bomb Iran again. And that's pretty close to what's happening, because God forbid the Democrats actually notice that he's subservient and owned by Israel. Because, you know, so are they. So they're not allowed, the noticers are not allowed to be noticing. So my answer to all of this, and Nico also did an interesting video over at Hotspot. My answer to all of that is fuck Israel, fuck Trump, fuck Adelson, and fuck you if you support any of this corrupt shit. And I stand by that. This 2-minute and 45-second video is kind of entertaining from Nico, so let's give that a watch there.
With this, but I actually asked her. I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually asked her once. I said, so Miriam, I know you love Israel. What do you love more, the United States or Israel? She refused to answer. That might mean Israel, I must say.
Yep, I asked her. I said, Miriam, Israel or America? She didn't answer. Pretty sure that means Israel. And you know, some people might ask, Trump, don't you think it could be a little bit problematic that she gave you $100 million and she cares more about Israel's interests than the interests of America, the country that you're currently president of? You're doing a fantastic job, might I add. And my only response is this: if someone gave you $100 million, would you argue with them? I don't think so. Hell, I would put 2 Israeli flags behind me if she gave me another $100 million. I don't care. Israel, America, it's basically the same thing anyway. Just keep giving me money. And by the way, I just feel like this is just another distraction. We aren't really talking enough about how great of a job I'm doing. In fact, that's why Miriam gave me $100 million. She already knew I was going to be the greatest president of all time. So she gave me $100 million in 2024 for all the problems that I'm solving right now in 2025. And the solution is simple. If you want me to represent your interests the same way Miriam wanted me to represent Israel's interests, just give me $100 million. I'm not that complicated. I'm a businessman. By the way, one of the best businessmen who ever lived, indisputable. I know CNN doesn't want to admit it, but it's true. But Elon gave me $100 million, and he got his own department in the government. You see, I like to think of my policies like Walmart on Black Friday. Everything's for sale. I'm not picky. You pay me, you get what you want. I'm a very simple guy. I'm not that complicated. You pay me, get what you want. Israel, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Jelani. You know, that's a really handsome guy, that guy Jelani. Really
China.
Handsome, really astute fellow. Yeah, Jelani too.
Young, attractive guy, tough guy.
Handsome guy, by the way. Young, handsome.
What a nice-looking man. Who is that? What a wonderful-looking person. I'm just checking out the hairstyle as I'm talking.
Just give me money. You get what you want. Okay, you get everything you want except for the Epstein files, because everybody knows that's just a dirty Democrat conspiracy theory. Epstein never really existed.
No!
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
And I'm not protecting anybody. I know I said I was going to release the files, but that's before I knew it was a Democrat conspiracy theory. So anything else is for sale. Except for that.
Anything else except for that. Just, and feed his family with crypto. Justin's son, finance guy, CZ. Like, there's plenty of people that this is not like.
I actually asked her. I'm going to get her in trouble with this, but I actually.
Where is this? Oh, sorry, it's coming back. Okay. All right, Donnie, relax. Yeah, Miriam Adelson, she's not exactly our friend, as I don't think anybody is surprised by here. She's funding a lot of the initiatives that are problematic for the United States, including a lot of these organizations like Beitar, I'm sure she's contributing to, and Zionists of America. They own a large portion of the media in Israel, and then there's allegedly a connection to an intelligence agency, or maybe even a private intelligence agency that is run out of somewhere that they are connected to. Allegedly. And she's
allegedly
highly influential with Trump basically because of her money. And I don't think that she's even exclusive to the Republicans necessarily. It's wherever she can get influence. And it just so happens that now Trump is the benefactor. I remember a long time ago, there's a tweet about him making fun of his now Secretary of State, Little Marco, for taking money from the Adelsons and basically being their bitch boy. And now he has fulfilled his destiny. All right. So
no, he's their bitch boy.
Exactly. Well, we're certainly not going to get remonetized by YouTube for, maybe YouTube would like that, but we're not monetized over there. So if you're able to and of means, please support independent media by contributing through one of these other methods. Cash App, $, Indie News Network. You can go to ko-fi.com. That's ko-fi.com/Indie News Network. PayPal.me/Indie News Network. We're live over at IndieNewsNow.com, over at our self-hosted news website, and then at INNnewsletter.com or at IndieMediaToday.com over on Substack. And we're coming to a Substack newsletter. I got it.
Substack newsletter.
Go to my website.
Oh, yeah, that too. Go to my website. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. We'll see you next week. Love you, fam. Thanks, everyone.
Hasta la vista, baby. I'll be back.
No! We just fucking lost the stream!
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you safe? Were you safe?
Who are these people?
I have a really long Fuck Israel segment this week, so everybody buckle up because this is going to take a little while. Consortium News, another Indie Media Award honoree, one of the top outlets. They did a refresh on their WordPress website earlier this year. Go support them. I believe they're doing a fund drive. They are a 501c3, so all your donations there are tax deductible if you do choose to do so. Patrick Lawrence is one of their exclusive writers that they feature. He's also over on Substack at The Flautist, but he's been censored on Twitter for years, since the Jack Dorsey days. All right. And he wrote this article that I thought was interesting, and from the perspective of being Jewish myself, I don't really get, I try not to aggrandize the position of here's how it's affecting Jews worldwide, because who gives a shit, number one. Number two, it's being done and facilitated in the name of Judaism. So while, yes, it's bad, it's up to Jews to call that out, and I do regularly. But so what he's saying is, here's a letter, this very welcome letter marks out the significantly worsening alienation between world Jewry and the Zionist defacement of the Judaic tradition. And we've been saying very often, Zionism is not Judaism, Judaism is not Zionism. That's the first thing that we say all the time, is that the Zionists have twisted the Jewish religion, which had existed for thousands of years before Zionism, to turn it into and morph it into this ultra-nationalistic, disgusting racist, apartheid, whatever you want to call ideology, political ideology, that they then utilize and twist as a religion. So Patrick Lawrence writes this special to Consortium News. At last, Jews with powerful voices have gathered en masse. A critical mass, I would say, to condemn Israel and the savage spree of murder, starvation, and terror it inflicts as we speak upon the Palestinians of Gaza and the occupied territories of the West Bank. Honestly, I would say not loudly enough. You may by now be aware of the open letter signed by the 450 plus American, European, and Israeli Jews and made public this week. In it, this sprawling group of distinguished personages denounces the criminality of the Zionist regime and asserts the universality of justice and the fair and equal application of international law. The signatories also call for the international community to impose immediate sanctions on apartheid Israel. When you've got Jews that are out there calling for sanctions on Israel, that means something. That's a statement. And that's what he's saying. This is very big in my read. And I say this not because of what's in this document. Calls for justice of this kind are by now many, but straight to my point, whose names are in it? He said, you may know of this letter and you may not. I ought to add that The Guardian reported it in its October 22nd edition. Okay. The Turkish Wire Service, AA, also had the story right away. Arab News had it. So did Middle East Monitor, and the New Indian Express and stateside Common Dreams even picked it up. Indie Media Award honoree. In Britain, Jewish Voice for Liberation picked it up. But the British Daily is at writing alone, okay, among major Western media, to report on this momentous call for worldwide action against the Zionist state. We read nothing of it in major Western media, no surprise, and hear nothing from mainstream broadcasters. Of course not. They're under orders. I'll return to this important point shortly. Join the Worldwide Jewish Call, the letter is titled. It was organized and put out by an apparently ad hoc coalition called Jews Demand Action. Now remember that subversive groups are also funded sometimes, and they also fund both sides of an opposition, and kind of, I want to hear more about this. The document and various appendages explaining it are here. All right. As the Jews Demand Action website makes clear, the intent is to announce a continually engaged movement in the cause of justice. Fair justice for Palestinians, justice for the Zionist fanatics guilty of perpetrating a genocide, which is a term that the group uses with obvious conviction and also with obvious anger. I can understand why. Among much else, the letter features a form by way of which Jews can sign the petition and receive updates on actions to come. I would not advise signing that petition, because God only knows where your information is going to go at that point and what kind of list you're going to get on at that point. Quote, at last, a serious global Jewish call for sanctions on Israel. JVL came out and proclaimed, yes, at last. Lots of other Jews have stood publicly against the apartheid state, many for a long time. There's Rabbi Yaakov Shapiro, right? The wonderfully outspoken rabbi and author of The Empty Wagon, which is Zionism's journey from identity crisis to identity theft. There's the aforementioned Jewish Voice for Peace and the Jewish organizations and students that are active on university campuses and the streets of major cities. Unqualified praise to them and the many like them I cannot list in full. And we were behind them 100% when they were protesting and sleeping on college campuses, trying to convince people that this was something serious, that their futures were impacted, and they wanted to see this ended. And they didn't want their universities funding this and investing their endowments in this. Patrick Lawrence, again, the flautist, continues for Consortium News. I have no certain idea why it took these hundreds of influential people with self-evident consciences so long to join these others against the entity that insists on calling itself the Jewish state. That's where I'm with him. The hazardous surmise: the past 2 years of Israel's unspeakable barbarism have surely been a torment for the signatories of this letter, as for countless Jews the world over, as they've sought to distinguish their faith and their traditions from the conduct of the ultra-nationalist regime that's supposed to merit their allegiance, but has emphatically lost it. Yes. If I had to choose one sentence in this letter above all others for its significance and power, I would rather not, but I will. It would be this, quote, "Our solidarity with Palestinians is not a betrayal of Judaism then, but a fulfillment of it, because you're supposed to love your neighbor." After this truth comes these, quote, "When our sages taught to destroy one life is to destroy an entire world, they didn't carve exceptions for Palestinians. We shall not rest until this ceasefire carries forward into an end of occupation and apartheid." Unquote. This is the conceptual frame within which the signatories address Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary General, as well as, quote, "presidents, prime ministers, heads of state, and permanent representatives to the United Nations." A strongly worded letter. While approving of the ceasefire, or what remains of it at this point, the strongly worded letter states, quote, "and yet there should be no doubt that this ceasefire is fragile. Israeli forces remain in Gaza. The agreement makes no reference to the West Bank. The underlying conditions of occupation, apartheid, and the denial of Palestinian rights remain unaddressed. And oh yeah, right of return also remains unaddressed." The letter continues and says, quote, "As Jews and human beings, we declare not in our name." Then it lists the 4 key demands that the signatories advance in their names. And at least this one has a demand. Respect for the authority of the International Court of Justice. Yes, but respect my authority. Really? A rejection of the complicity that Western governments have forced upon their citizens. Okay. A full military withdrawal. Absolutely. And the supply of aid and everything else needed to reconstruct Gaza. And then finally, of course, to refute false accusations of anti-Semitism that abusively deploy our collective history to tarnish those with whom we stand together in the pursuit of peace and justice. Yes, again, times 10. Yes, not using the definition of anti-Semitism being anyone that opposes Israel's apartheid and murdering of Palestinian babies. Yes, absolutely. You find some big names among the signatories, and the letter doesn't give the full list. Daniel Levy, who was previously a peace negotiator for Israel and now a prominent critic. You got Gabor Mate and Wallace Shawn, Peter Bienert, Naomi Klein, and Amy Eilberg, an American rabbi and activist. Right? Yuval Abraham, who co-directed No Other Land. Right? And that's the Oscar-winning film. And I believe that his Palestinian director was murdered by Israel. Bassel Adra. If I do not put the point too simply, these people speak not for the destruction of Israel, but for the restoration for its restoration to sanity, and so its salvation. They don't mention the two-state solution in their letter, but one gains the impression it is this for which they hope. One may differ strenuously with them on these points, as I do emphatically, as do I. But what I will shorthand as their moderation is part of what makes their open letter so important. These, again, are shorthand mainstream Jews. I would dispute that. Gabor Mate, I cannot consider to be a mainstream Jew. I wish that were the truth, but he's still consideed to be fringe, I would say. in his opposition of Israel, in even being the son of a Holocaust survivor. He still is not really mainstream. Most Jews don't even know who he is. At least none that I know. But who can say how carefully or how many presidents, prime ministers, UN reps will even consider this letter? I would guess not many. This isn't the salient point. I wonder if Jeffrey Sachs signed off on this letter. My guess would be yes. This letter marks out the significantly worsening alienation between world Jewry and the state that's supposed to represent its home. And in so doing, it widens and deepens the already evident isolation of the Jewish state, even though, again, it's not a Jewish state. This latter effect may not be the intent of the open letter signatories, but it will prove unmistakably to be among the document's consequences. Okay. Right? And it talks about, this letter says, we represent the growing consensus of world Jews, not the Israeli government, the letter declares in one of its subheads. Exactly so. And as the Guardian piece cited above points out, that the open letter should be read alongside some stunning numbers coming out of the most recent opinion polls. In a recent Washington Post survey, 61% of American Jews think that Israel has committed war crimes in Gaza. Again, I think the other 40% are fucking blind and lying to themselves or buried their head in the sands. Just under 40% stand with the open letter signatories. We witness a genocide. The other 60% are lying to themselves. Because if it were happening to anyone else, they would absolutely declare it to be a genocide. But because Israel's doing it, it's a double standard. And that's what pisses me off. On top of course, Israel murdering everyone there. In a poll that doesn't distinguish between Jews and non-Jews, the Brookings Institution, which I can't stand, mainstream Democratic Party bullshit, finds that 45% of those surveyed think that Israel is committing genocide. And remember, these are people that are trying to shoehorn their way into the opposite in results. They don't want even these results coming out. These are really bad for their donors and their constituents. I don't even know why they put them out, honestly. A recent poll conducted by Quinnipiac indicates 50% of registered voters agree. Among Democratic voters, the number is 77%. But yet, the checks continue to flow, and just like 87% of Democrats want Medicare for all, and that shit ain't happening. 77% of American Democrats think that Israel is committing genocide, and yet the money continues to flow. On Thursday, Reuters published a survey indicating that 59% of the Jews and non-Jews polled think the U.S. should recognize Palestine as a sovereign state. Again, what does that mean exactly? What land do they actually get? Do they get to control a military? Do they get to elect themselves a government that actually can negotiate anything? Or are they just a puppet to be dictated to by DC? I think that that's really what they want, is recognizing it. And we talked about what recognizing it really means, which is bullshit. Giving them their own real state and allowing them to exist as a state is what we do. And the truth is the state should be all of it. And Israel should live side by side. Anyone that wants to live side by side with the Palestinians is free to stay. If you can't do that, the fuck out, because that ain't your home. Patrick continues, I see a highly significant conflict. Go ahead.
I never understood, like, I mean, you've talked about this too, like, technically with the Holocaust, wasn't, like, shouldn't we give them back Germany and, like, other parts of that region? You know?
Yes. And I believe that the excuse among Zionists, number one, is that it's too traumatic for the Germans, for the German Jews, because they were genocided there, that to take that over and build a homeland on their bones is kind of fucked up. But to do it on the Palestinians' bones, it's no better.
I mean, it's their bones, like right? Like that's what I don't get.
Number one,
if you got to run the country that fucked you over like that,
you could
you'd
build
be like,
graveyards
great.
and museums and tributes and all. I totally yes. And not only that, but why wouldn't the United States at that point, if you're so insistent on the Jews having a homeland, give them North Dakota? Nobody gives a fuck about North Dakota anyway, right? Montana. Like, Uganda.
Knowing what they're willing to do now.
No, but they wanted Jerusalem.
If they did get, control over Germany, no, we know. But, like, they probably would have started putting the fucking Germans in the camps. Like,
right? And then there's the whole, Israeli, there's whole Jews committing terrorism in Islamic countries throughout the 1930s in order to justify and create this narrative that, hey, there's only one safe place. We have to build a safe place because there's nowhere else safe for Jews in the world. Right? So, again, Patrick continues that he sees a highly significant conflict growing ever sharper between the increasing number of outspoken Jews of conscience and those many, and they remain very many, who continue to defend the righteousness of the Israeli terror machine. These are getting especially awkward for mainstream media, such as the Zionist-supervised New York Times, and we did a long story about how Zionist they are, wherein we find no mention of Jews demand action in its forthright open letter. The paper of record decided not even to mention it. Like, who was it? Double Down News said that one of the things they do is they just choose to ignore it, and that's a tactic. This cannot end well for the Times and all the pilot fish that follow. However long the Times stays silent, however many media billionaire Zionists take over and corrupt, however many Bari Weisses they put in high places, and we've covered that too, this will do nothing other than discredit these media in time. It may work for now. They're effectively complicit in the Zionist defacement of the Judaic tradition. Not that they give a fuck. This is another way that the open letter is important. And again, you guys covered the history of Zionism. Theodore Herzl was an atheist. He wasn't even a Jew. The world has long and urgently needed to hear from the we whose names are on this letter. Non-Jews need to learn of and make the distinction between Judaism and the frenzied Zionism that now rules Israel, so they can think clearly of these questions. And as they are well aware, those Jews who reject Israel's ultra-nationalist Zionism must make themselves heard for the sake of Judaism too. My, again, question is, where the fuck have they been for 2 years? Because we've been talking about this for 2 years. I don't accept that any great wave of anti-Semitism is breaking upon us. I agree with that. There is no ferocious surge in Joe Biden's preposterous phrase, but the potential for such a turn, given the extent of Israel's inhumanity in combination with its claim to be the Jewish home, is obvious. The Zionist hordes love the threat of anti-Semitism. How well it serves their pernicious purpose. Shmuley is their absolute dream. At last, this insidious ruse is countered by those whose voices count most, the voices of Jews. And again, I disagree with this. The voices of Jews don't count most. Fuck that shit. Like, it's just the people that they're claiming to do this in the name of are finally speaking out and saying no. But again, where the fuck have you been for 2 years? It's about time is more like the way I would word this and phrase this, other than being so, oh my God, thank you so much. This is such a monumentous, important thing. My question is, where the fuck you been? And it's about fucking time. Welcome to the party, pal. All right. Next. We got Alia Moro. All right. 17 seconds. She was on one of these flotillas, by the way. Footage of Israel blowing up homes in Rafah today. The demolition and destruction has not stopped despite the quote-unquote ceasefire. Remember, what it means is that you cease and Israel continues to fire.
Yep.
There weren't people in there. They're just destroying the potential of living in anywhere that may be in those buildings. Disgusting. Ethnic cleansing. Genocide. Keep denying it. I don't give a fuck. Then we got this piece from Weiss. Israel returns 195 bodies to Gaza, many mutilated with hands bound and signs of torture. Again, for anyone squeamish, we might have some pictures in this one that you might want to turn away from. But yes, Mastermind, I thought there were only supposed to be 140,000 chosen people. I don't even know if there are that many left at this point. Like, the whole story. I'm so disgusted by all of it. I just abolish religion entirely, I say. And that makes the Christians very upset. And I'm sorry to say, but more people have been murdered in the name of religion than anything else in the history of mankind. And it's pointless, useless, and it's gotten us nowhere. So the Gaza Ministry of Health published the photos of the mutilated bodies of the Palestinian prisoners. Most of them showed clear signs of torture, hands and feet bound, blindfolded, bodies showing marks of tank tracks, which we showed last week. All right. Burns, fractures, and deep wounds. This is from Tariq Hajjaj, and this was from Thursday. All right. Look at all those bodies. It's just disgraceful. The Gaza government media office announced on Wednesday morning the burial ceremonies of 54 unidentified Palestinian bodies that the Ministry of Health had received from Israel through the Red Cross as part of the ongoing exchange of deceased prisoners during ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, when Israel is continuing to murder Palestinians daily. Since it was impossible to identify the disfigured and mutilated bodies, they're all being buried in a mass grave, the government media office said. Since October 14th of this year, the Gaza Health Ministry has received the bodies of over 195 deceased Palestinian prisoners. Remember that they've been holding over 10,000 Palestinians in Israeli tortured prisons and dungeons, many without charge.
Yep.
Again, the majority of the bodies show clear signs of torture, including bullet holes fired from point-blank range, bruises, and signs of mutilation. Several bodies were received with their hands tied behind their backs, several more with blindfolds over their eyes. Health Ministry also said that several bodies showed signs of strangulation from hangings, with ropes found tied around the body's necks still, while others bore marks of tank tracks. Other bodies were found with missing organs, according to these health officials. Weiss received, reviewed, and verified photographs of some of the mutilated bodies from the Gaza Ministry of Health. They are horrific and show clear signs of torture. The Ministry of Health has uploaded several photos of the mutilated bodies online and made them available to the families of people who went missing during the war in hopes that they might identify them. We strongly advise that readers proceed with extreme caution if viewing the Ministry of Health photos. They are extremely disturbing and graphic. And for those reasons, Weiss has decided not to republish them, but sharing them on a link to a Google Drive folder there. I'm not going to show them. Of the 195 bodies, only 57 have been identified so far. During the burial ceremony of the 54 unidentified, the government media office's director said that the bodies that had been received were held for a period of 5 days to allow for forensic examinations. As rudimentary as they could possibly do, I'm guessing. When none of the families with missing loved ones were able to positively identify the bodies, they were handed over to the Department of Endowments for burial. Forensic teams found martyrs with their hands. We heard the quotes. They were buried in numbered graves in Deir al-Balah in central Gaza earlier this morning, between cinder blocks. Families whose loved ones went missing during the war have flocked to Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis in the hopes of identifying them and finding some closure. Health authorities gather family members in large rooms and display pictures of the bodies. Again, we showed that last week. Richard Medhurst tweeted that out, showing them disfigured and mutilated. The families have to sit through the images and try to find identifying features on the bodies, which, can you imagine having to do that? In video testimony obtained from Mondo Weiss, Wahaba Shabbat stands in shock in Nasser Hospital after identifying the body of her son, Mahmoud Shabbat, 34, who went missing on October 7th, 2023, more than 2 years. Wahaba later learned that Mahmoud had been one of the fighters who had crossed into Israel on that day. She says they want to honor him with a dignified burial. He chose this path and was free to do so. All we want to do is give him a final resting place, nothing more. Now I can say I am at peace after knowing what happened to my son. And remember that when a people are occupied, resistance is justified. So they can call him whatever they want to call him. He was a resistance fighter in the international community's eyes. Wahaba said that the body arrived naked, disfigured, showing signs of torture all over his body. His head was crushed, his face was shattered, and he had broken limbs. Yeah, and that's blurred out, thankfully. All right. When I saw pictures of the missing, I suspected that one of the photos might be of my son. I immediately came to the hospital after a family member showed me their photo on their phone. I examined his body and found the mark on his head that I knew would be there. He had been injured in the head during the Great March of Return in between 2018 and 19, a period in which Israel maimed, wounded, or killed over 30,000 Palestinians protesting at Gaza's border fence. Unarmed Palestinians walked up to the fence and were murdered, just mowed down once they got within a certain distance of the fence line. He underwent several operations and the scars remained. I recognized him immediately and collapsed with the sight of the condition his body arrived in. She explains that before identifying him, he had repeatedly described him to the doctors at Nasser Hospital until his identity was confirmed. Quote, I was shocked by the severity of the torture he suffered. All this torture on one young man. They even returned him naked without dignity. Explaining that the signs were apparent because the body had not undergone decomposition as it had been frozen solid. So they've been holding him since October 7th in a freezer somewhere. His bones were fractured. His feet showed clear marks of being chained. His hands were tied behind his back. There was a bullet wound to his head, so he was executed. And a rope was around his neck. It was clearly visible they executed him without mercy. Wahaba went on to say that not a single bone had been left intact on his face. Even in the worst wars, torture doesn't reach this level, she said. The resistance took prisoners from the Israeli army to Gaza and kept them for 2 years. Look how they were returned to their families, alive, walking, talking, not mutilated or tortured to death. So why are only our prisoners killed in cold blood and returned to their families like this, broken and tortured, tied up and strangled? Because of Amalek. That's why. Because Bibi Netanyahu, blame it on the Bibi. But not just the Bibi, the Likud and Gallant and Ben Gvir and all the hardline extremist terrorists. In the courtyard of the medical complex, Majaya Kadela stands in front of the main entrance. Lucky she didn't get bombed, staring at the photos of the bodies displayed by the Ministry of Health. Again, thankfully, we have a ceasefire, quote unquote, happening. She scrutinizes each image as she searches for her son who went missing since the afternoon again of October 7th. Whenever she hears new bodies have been returned, she immediately rushes to the hospital to see if her son's among them. They just want closure. They're these mothers. Even if they return a small piece of flesh, that'll be enough for me to honor and bury him. You just keep seeing this. Again, disfigured beyond recognition. You keep seeing the same story over and over and over again. Fuck Israel. Now, we all know Indie Media Award honoree Lee Camp. He's been around a while, right? Lee Camp is incredibly censored and suppressed. But for some reason, they allowed this one to get through. And this one's got over 24,000 likes. It's the most I've seen him get in a long time, honestly. And it's not his map. This came from Al Jazeera. But he says, kind of amazing that Israel has ethnically cleansed over half of Gaza, and no one in our media mentions that Israel has ethnically cleansed over half of Gaza. All right? That this yellow line has now been established, and this is the new Gaza. Is this clear section, beige, inside the yellow line, that Israel has taken all of this territory, at least a mile or more in, from every line. In this case here, 0.9 miles right there. All right, near Deir al-Balah. But in other cases, 4 miles in the south. And of course, a mile and a quarter in from Rafah. That's a war crime. That's a war crime.
Yep. One of the many.
Then we have this one. I actually grabbed this from Israel-Palestine News, but this was one of the things that they referenced. Invasions, violations, and abductions across the West Bank. Like I said, this isn't happening just in Gaza, but it's also happening with impunity and without really people paying attention across the West Bank. Occupation forces and illegal paramilitary Israeli colonizers invaded multiple Palestinian cities, towns, and refugee camps across the occupied West Bank late Thursday evening and into Friday. Israeli forces abducted 4 Palestinian civilians in Hebron in the southern West Bank after invading their homes, conducting searches, and ransacking their belongings. So they move in the house, they trash it, conduct a search, and then they arrest without charge the people who own the home. Local sources identified that the detainees. Occupation forces also stormed several homes belonging to the Al-Atrash and Al-Rajabi families and others in Hebron. They erected multiple military roadblocks at the entrances to the city and its surrounding towns, villages, and refugee camps, and blocked several main and side roads using iron gates, concrete blocks, and earth mounds. So they're cutting them off street by street. Israeli soldiers also invaded Al-Farah refugee camp, south of Tubas in northeastern West Bank. This is all illegal. They're not supposed to be doing any of this. And nobody's reporting it. Media sources reported, except for Israeli media, because they don't give a shit, that military patrols entered the camp from its northern area with infantry units spreading through its alleys. Several homes were stormed and ransacked, again, trashed, before the forces withdrew toward the Hamra military roadblock. So we'll just go in and trash your place and split. In addition, the army invaded Al-Qadir town, south of Bethlehem, focusing on the Al-Balu area, where they stormed and searched a residential apartment. No abductions there were reported. And you have footage, right, of vehicles arriving. And obviously, those are IDF. Hamas does not have vehicles like that. Right? In Tulkarem, in the northwestern West Bank, Israeli forces did abduct former political prisoner Malek Saada Jalad, 50, from the Urta suburb south of the city after breaking into his home and vandalizing its contents. Par for the course. Meanwhile, back in the Hall of Injustice, illegal Israeli paramilitary colonizers set fire to several civilian vehicles in Deir Dibwan, that's east of Ramallah in the central West Bank, right? So let's get footage of that. Local sources reported that colonizers attacked at the Al-Tal neighborhood and torched vehicles parked outside Palestinian homes. Where are you getting this stuff? Nobody else is reporting on this. In Nablus, in the northern West Bank, maybe Electronic Intifada, maybe the guys at Bet Beat, maybe Fiorella and Vanessa Bealey and Eva Bartlett. Nobody else is reporting this kind of stuff. Several armored Israeli military vehicles invaded the city in Nablus and Balata refugee camp, firing live rounds, gas bombs, and concussion grenades. Again, against a defenseless people for the most part. And you've got footage there. Through like a narrow alleyway because they don't want to get caught. On Friday morning, colonizers assaulted Palestinian olive harvesters in Beit Dajan, east of Nablus. The attack occurred in the Khalet al-Katil area north of town, where colonizers prevented farmers from continuing their harvest. I saw a horrible photo of a colonizer literally beating down a Palestinian woman for harvesting her olives. Olive pickers across the West Bank faced repeated assaults by colonizers and occupation soldiers who block access to farmland and obstruct harvesting. Last month alone, Israeli colonizers carried out 490 documented violations targeting Palestinian villages and Bedouin communities. And nobody's going to do shit about it. These attacks are concentrated in Hebron Governorate, 127, Ramallah Governorate, 122, and Nablus, another 115. Again, who's stopping this? Palestinian Authority is supposedly working with people, right? Then we have this video. This is a woman named Layla Higazi. She was on one of the flotillas. She's got 2 minutes talking about what it was like to be in an Israeli camp in the prison. Let me turn this up and go.
I'm here to record a message in my jammies because that's how I plan to live for a little while. And before I can organize my thoughts on what it was actually like being in Israeli detention, and of course talk more about that because we need to get every single Palestinian hostage out of these horrific conditions, I want everyone to know about a banner that was hung up in the women's prison in the yard. It's likely an AI-generated image. It shows the ruins of Gaza, rubble on one side, rubble on the other side, and then through the rubble, there's like this path where I'm presuming that Israeli soldiers are the ones walking through it. It's kind of hard to tell because it's like an aerial view. It's like this weird, hopeful sky, like a new dawn kind of sky, if you can imagine this. And in Arabic, on the banner, it says, the new Gaza. And then, of course, underneath this banner, there's like a giant Israeli flag in the yard. They want Palestinian hostages to see this when they're detained. And obviously it's in Arabic for a reason.
Psychological torture.
I've been saying the quiet part out loud for so long. So if this doesn't show you that it's never been about Hamas, it's never been about hostages, Israeli hostages, it's never been about any of the things that they say it's about, and that it's only an attempt to ethnically cleanse Palestine, here's your evidence. Obviously, I was in prison, so I can't show you a picture of this banner, but it was there. And yeah, I want to hear more of the prisoners, hostages who were in detention with me talking about this, because this shit is insane. These people are insane. It's a depraved society, and the world needs to know. So, I'm here.
Yep. So, I
I
wanted
heard
to bring
somewhere a saying about
in my jammies.
They cry in Hebrew, lie in English, and threaten in Arabic. right? Like
powerful.
And that's the only time they ever use Arabic is.
I would say that they cry in English, threaten in and then
as well.
They're bombastic in Hebrew and threaten in Arabic for sure. But sure.
Yeah.
Speaking of being in captivity, this guy, and this is a really long article. I'm not going to read through the whole thing. Margaret Flowers, who is the editor over at Popular Resistance, another Indie Media Award honoree 2022, one of the best outlets out there still. She shared this to her Facebook. I had seen it. It came through, I believe, also on the IndieNewsNow website. Welcome to Hell, Remembrances of Time in an Israeli Prison. And there are actually two parts to this article. This is just one part, and you can see how long it is. All right, this is from the Gaza Freedom Flotilla Shipmates on the Conscience. This was, I believe, from the most recent flotilla, right? All roads lead to Ketziot. I believe that's the prison, right? And he talks about some of the conditions, right? That they loaded the bus with us. Don't take your blindfold off. They have a camera. They're recording everything we're saying. I recognize the voice of the activist sitting next to me. He's a big guy, well over 6 feet tall. I was squashed into the corner of the last row of the bus. I tried to sit sideways to get more room. The steel seats of the bus made that difficult. It was uncomfortable. At least they didn't zip tie my hands too tightly. It must have been well after midnight when the bus started moving. We were all tired. I dozed fitfully, the whine of the bus transmission in my ears. At one point, I woke up in a panic. I had removed my blindfold while half asleep. The camera. I desperately tried to refit the blindfold over my eyes with clumsily zip-tied hands. It worked. Thankfully, no guards appeared. I guess no one was monitoring the camera very closely. Perhaps the guards were asleep as well. And of course, now we just dropped the frame. How to sleep in such conditions, right? It's simply a question of exhaustion. My head pitched forward, chin to my chest. I was going to get some rest. Just at that point, the bus hit a huge pothole and my face slammed down on the back of the seat in front of me. Ow. I bit my lip quite badly. I tasted blood. The inside of my lip was shredded. I was thankful I didn't break any teeth. There would be no more sleep on this ride. And this begins again his time in an Israeli torture prison. All right, I ate my jelly sandwich under the cover of darkness in our cell. Right, nothing from the Israelis, certainly a valid point. Right. We were finally led to our cell. It stank of urine, consisted of 4 bunk beds in a room and a separate bathroom with a filthy toilet. There was a sink with a working faucet, which was our source of water for washing and drinking. There was a camera on the back wall mounted up high, close to the ceiling. We were being observed. We received towels, a small toothbrush, toothpaste, and 3 small packets of liquid soap, which proved impossible for me to open. Of course, the bunks were noisy because they were supported by a steel sheet that flexed when one rolled over in bed. Boom! It sounded like a poorly constructed gong or something. I quickly learned to lie still. So I'm not going to, again, read this whole article. This is a long story, and if you want to get triggered and read just how bad it is, how bad it was for the people that were in these prisons, go read this over at Popular Resistance. Fuck Israel for that. And also for this, from Dave DeCamp at Anti-War News, not a surprise, though they'll deny it, Israel has only allowed a fraction of the agreed-upon aid to enter Gaza, according to the World Food Program. Again, that's Jose Andres. That's CIA-friendly brother. All right, and this was from Tuesday. Israel has allowed just a fraction of the agreed-upon number of aid trucks to enter Gaza under the ceasefire deal, according to officials in the Strip. They have no reason to lie. Under the ceasefire agreement, Israel pledged to immediately allow the commencement of full entry of humanitarian aid and relief, at minimum of consistent with the January ceasefire deal. under which they agreed then to allow 600 a day. According to Gaza's government media office, Israel has allowed just 15% of the trucks to enter. And remember, they're still all lined up at the Rafah gate. They're sitting on the Egyptian border waiting to come in. We confirmed that the total number of humanitarian aid trucks that have entered the Gaza Strip since the ceasefire has reached 986 out of the 6,600 that were supposed to enter until Monday evening, according to what's agreed upon. Now remember, though, that this resolution was not agreed upon by Israel or Hamas. They didn't sign it. Data from UN 2720 Monitoring and Tracking Dashboard, which is a mechanism created last year to monitor aid shipments into Gaza, shows that from October 10th until the 21st, only 853 aid trucks have reached their intended destination in Gaza. Isn't that nice? The media office added that on average, 89 trucks were entering Gaza per day. That's 1/6. The continued policy of strangulation, starvation, and humanitarian blackmail practiced by the occupation. The more things change, the more they stay the same. The UN World Food Program has also said that food supplies to Gaza have ramped up since the ceasefire, but are still well below the target. They said its target was for 2,000 tons of food to enter Gaza per day, but only 750 are entering. We've been able to get this to scale up. All right. In order to do that, we have to use every border crossing point right now. But of course, just 2 of the Israeli-controlled border crossings were operational, one in central Gaza and one in the south. Oh, okay. But they still have yet to open Rafah. So all those trucks that are sitting in Rafah could come in if Israel just opened that up. And if they did, I believe they might still have to bulldoze a road now because they've bombed the entire road. Atefa added that the food supplies that have entered Gaza are enough to feed 500,000 people, or a quarter of Gaza's population, or about, I would say, a third, for 2 weeks. And that many people are rationing because they fear that the supplies are going to be cut off again. They eat part of it. They ration and keep some of the supplies for an emergency because they're not very confident how long the ceasefire will last and what will happen next. And who can blame them? Man, fuck Israel for all of this. It's just depraved. It's disgraceful. It's disgusting. I don't even have the words to describe all of it. And let's not forget the complicity of the U.S. and the U.K., namely, and this is Indie Media Award honoree Declassified UK, continuing their coverage of the spy plane missions, which remain active in Cyprus after the Gaza mission ends, right? So aircraft contracted to look for hostages continues to fly from the UK base despite the ceasefire, with drones also spotted. Why are these drones and why are these planes circling Cyprus? That's weird. A spy plane hired by Britain's Ministry of Defense to surveil Gaza has continued flights over the main Mediterranean after its mission ended last week. But what's interesting again is that the manned spy plane is known as Crook 12 is owned by the Sierra Nevada Corporation, which I still contend likely has some connections to Israel, Adelson, Mossad, etc., etc. Allegedly. I have not found any direct evidence and links, but I haven't dug any very deeply. My guess is they're not even trying to hide it. It spent several hours flying in circles off the coast of Cyprus this Monday, and last Friday, Royal Air Force drones have also been operating in the same area since the ceasefire. What are they doing out here? Oh, and how interesting that they go into a five-point star pattern also. Crooks 12 was part of a fleet of planes used by Britain's Royal Air Force to surveil Gaza since December of 2023. And Declassified has reported on this before, as we covered on this show. Officially looking for hostages, no information has been released about whether they found anyone, with mounting concern that intelligence shared with Israel could have contributed to attacks on civilians. Could have. Its sister plane, Crook 11, once left its tracker on over Gaza, revealing it flew just 3 streets away from a house that was bombed by Israel hours later, killing 34 civilians. Quote, the faces of dead children were crushed in a way that no mind or heart can describe. If there's evidence that a British recon plane participated in the massacre committed against us, then Britain is complicit in the genocide. Of course! Not to quote a horse-loving douchebag named Cenk. This pair of Crook planes appeared on flight tracking websites between Cyprus and Gaza 133 times since they were first deployed in December of 2024, Declassified has found. That's a lot. The Royal Air Force has deployed its own fleet of Shadow R1 surveillance planes over 600 times from Cyprus during the war in Gaza, or you mean the massacre orchestrated by Israel in Gaza, according to research by the charity Action on Armed Violence. This suggests, again, that the Ministry of Defense could have launched as many as 739 surveillance sorties relating to Gaza, meaning 739 instances of potential war crimes. The data can't be comprehensive because the Crook planes often restricted the visibility of their trackers, and because they're American planes, they can't be held to a standard. 2 further flights since the ceasefire suggest the Ministry of Defense may intend to keep operating surveillance flights in the Eastern Mediterranean. What a shock! Defense Secretary John Healey said this week that a small team of British military personnel have been sent to Israel to help with monitoring the ceasefire. Sure, Jan, that's what they're there for. Quote, without boots on the ground, the team is likely to rely on a combination of drones, surveillance aircraft, satellites, and other sensors to keep watch for any breaches, the Times reported. And oh yeah, the trust me bro from Israel that they always take. It comes as at least 2 RAF Protector drones were seen on a flight tracking website flying from Akrotiri, Britain's airbase in Cyprus. As far as it's publicly known, these flights are the first for RAS Protector RG-1s outside of the UK or US airspace. That's significant. Campaign group Genocide Free Cyprus said on Instagram that the drone flights extend British military influence from a colonial foothold and ensure that the UK remains a key player in regional surveillance, which is exactly what it's trying to do. 3% of Cyprus remains British occupied, despite the island becoming independent in 1960. Were you aware of that? I did not know that.
No, I had no idea.
Referring to the man spy flights, a defense analyst who asked not to be named told Declassified, quote, I'm still deeply mystified as to why the Israelis needed any intelligence that these planes could detect over Gaza. Mostly because they wanted complicity. They wanted somebody else to do their dirty work for them. It's not a big secret that the Israelis have fleets of drones and signals intelligence and troops on the ground. They have way more capability than anything that those planes could have. Yes, but they also have Israeli flag markings. The Ministry of Defense has refused to answer the questions in Parliament about its contractual relationship with Sierra Nevada. How convenient. Let me guess, citing national security concerns? The Ministry of Defense previously told Declassified that the surveillance flights were unarmed, don't have a combat role, and were solely focused on securing the release of the hostages. Sure, Jan.
Sure they were.
They said that the UK
They've been doing that for the last,
2 years?
8 months or whatever it is. Right.
Right? There you go. Las Vegas Sands Corp has reached a deal with federal prosecutors to pay more than $47 million to the U.S. government in order to avoid criminal charges over alleged money laundering activities. That would be the Adelson family that operates in Vegas but doesn't own any hotels in Vegas anymore. They operate hotels in Macau. Thank you, Seven Side, for that. Good night. Revolution continues. Good to see you. Again, the UK claims that they control what information is passed on, and only information relating to hostage rescue, broad term, is passed to the relevant Israeli authorities. We will only pass information where we're satisfied that it will be used in accordance with international humanitarian law. Or where we have plausible deniability. That's the other thing that they won't mention. Fuck Israel. Fuck England. And I heard Monica Perez on the latest Cognitive Dissonance talked about it, and she said it's really a triangle. It's a trifecta between the U.S., the U.K., and Israel. It's the three of them operating in tandem and in consortium with each other. This is another disgraceful fucking video that I wanted to bring real quick. Let's turn the slideshow off, go full screen. This is a mother clinging to the grave that's being bulldozed by the IDF of her son. You see the bulldozer back there behind them.
Yep.
They're digging up graves of Palestinians. And they're going to read what they're going to do to this area in a second. It's so awful. I mean, half of me, honestly, is surprised that they didn't kind of execute her on the spot and film disgustingly enough.
Yeah.
There they are digging up. I had one more thing to show. All right. And let's turn off the slideshow. Let's turn it back on. Come on. So I'm not showing my screen. This came again from Indie Media Award honoree 2024, Ricky at Council of State Media. The number one cause of child death on Earth in 2025 is Israel. Read that again. Then read that again. Fuck Israel. And that concludes our Fuck Israel segment for the evening. So thank you for sticking with me on that. We certainly will not be remonetized by YouTube for calling all that out. So again, if you're able to, and it means, please support the media you want to see and support channels like this that show you things that are not being shown on corporate media. That's why we go to independents and sources that go as directly as possible. Ways to support this channel: Cash App, $ Indie News Network, ko-fi.com/Indie News Network, paypal.me/Indie News Network, at IndieNewsNow.com, where we're live. We have a live section there, but we also have a support the media and keep the media free. And that's where you can do a Stripe donation. Also over at Substack, monthly or annual, you can do a contribution there at IndieMediaToday.com or at INNNewsletter.com. Support independent media because we need it more than ever. I love you all. Have a great night, everyone.
Good night.
Mwah. Ciao, baby.
I'll be back.
No! We just fucking lost the stream!
I guess this isn't such an awful place. Is that what you want me to say? You prove it's possible to sleep for days, and I still think you're right here awake. The cost of living isn't much to make, but God, it's so hard to say. And when they told you everything was safe, were you